Will she please send us live? Will the House please come to order? Members, just a reminder, we are in orders of the day currently on House Bill 211, Data Brokers and Personal Information. Member from Poultney.
Madam Speaker, I make a motion to suspend rules in order to interrupt orders of the day for the purposes of announcements.
The member from Poultney moves that we suspend our orders in order to interrupt orders of the day for the purpose of announcements. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have suspended our rules to interrupt the orders of the day for purpose of announcements. Member from Rutland City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to welcome back a prior representative and constituent of ours. Doug Gage is in the gallery above. Please welcome him to our House.
Will the former member please rise and be recognized? Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, orders of the day. Members, we are currently on House Bill 211, Data Brokers and Personal Information. And now speaking for the Committee on Appropriations, member from Putney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Within this bill is an appropriation for $50,000. It's an appropriation that will go to the Secretary of State's office to oversee a study for which a consultant will be hired. And this study will look at the feasibility of establishing an accessible deletion mechanism. This mechanism would be readily accessible and usable by consumers to allow data held by a data broker to be deleted. The procedure of this deletion would protect the information from unauthorized use, disclosure, access, destruction, or modification. The consumer would also be able to verify that personal information has been deleted. And I'll offer the personal opinion that it's a reminder that our data is ours. It doesn't belong to data brokers, which is the way things seem to be going right now. The Secretary of State would be required to submit an interim report to the House Committee on Commerce and Economic Development and the Senate Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs on or before December 1, 2027, with a final report on or before December 1, 2028. Your Appropriations Committee considered this and voted 9-0-2 to approve of this, and we ask for your support.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development? Are you ready for the question? Member from Castleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. I want to be clear. I am not aware of anyone in this chamber that is in favor of data brokers misusing Vermont's personal information. I know I'm not. But good intentions don't make good law. And H211, as written, will harm the very Vermonters it intends to protect. This bill creates a deletion right with no meaningful exemption for data that federal law already tightly regulates. The Fair Credit Reporting Act, the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, member from Burlington, what is your point of order?
Is this on the amendment?
Member, I find your point of order not well taken. The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development? Member from Castleton.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, the bill creates a deletion right with no meaningful exemption for data that federal law already tightly regulates. For example, the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, and the Driver's Privacy Protection Act. These aren't loopholes. They are comprehensive federal consumer protection frameworks. When a Vermonter disputes an error on their credit report, or when their bank screens a wire transfer against a sanctions list, or when an insurer verifies their identity before issuing a policy, Those services depend on the very data this bill would require to be deleted within 30 days. The bill also requires that retained data be segregated from all other uses, but FCRA compliance is not a single transaction. It requires ongoing reference to correction histories, fraud flags, and audit trails. Segregation makes that legally impossible. California, which we are told this bill is modeled after, paired its deletion mechanism with explicit cross-reference federal exemptions. We have not done that here. We would be making Vermont an outlier in a way that degrades fraud prevention, complicates insurance underwriting, and ultimately makes credit and financial services harder to access for Vermonters. At this point, I'd like to interrogate the presenter of the bill.
The member from Bradford is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It appears that this bill is modeled in part on California's DELETE Act. Given that California paired its deletion mechanism with explicit FCRA, GLBA, and DPPA exemptions cross-referenced from its underlying privacy law, can the sponsor please explain to me and the body why H211's exemptions in section 2446, subsection 3, C3 are narrower, and why Vermont should impose obligations on data brokers that even California, with its much larger regulatory infrastructure, did not?
I'd love to, Madam Speaker. Fair Credit Reporting Act is actually included as an exemption, and there are other, so I guess let me back up. While considering the exemptions, when we take into account the California Privacy Act, that was put into place as a comprehensive privacy framework for consumers. It is in large parts regulating first-party relationships that consumers have with between themselves and businesses. That means that, like, if we are, well, I think everybody knows what that means. It's a direct relationship. When in the data broker case, this is often, if not always, a relationship that a consumer, it's a third-party relationship between a consumer and a business. So this data brokers are collecting and sharing and selling data that the consumers may never know that that data is being collected or sold. They have no means to, other than the registry, to have a place to look up who potentially has their data. They don't actually know who has their data, and then they don't. They also may have to go through a bunch of different steps. From talking to folks who have tools that try to aid in deletion requests, but also talking to former data broker employees, just the dark patterns and things that the number of steps, up to like 11 steps, that a consumer would have to, one, figure out which entities have their data, and this could be up to 8,600 data brokers that are counted right now internationally. Then they would have to go to every single site and then try to find the deletion request link, which may or may not exist, and they may or may not be able to track that down, and then go through the steps of trying to request the deletion. As far as the getting into the exemption, so with the Privacy Act, generally, when Privacy Act started, so California was the first one, as far as the State Comprehensive Data Privacy Act. And when California started, and this was right around the time as 2018, the same year that we were trying to work on the data, we passed the data broker registry law. There's an expectation, kind of an understanding that the entities could be exempted. So that means that actually I'll go through all three first, and then I'll give examples. So entity level exemptions. As data protection laws continued to be passed in subsequent states, then looking at the examples, states started to move to a data level exemption framework. And then in this case, this bill actually creates something new which focuses on use case exemptions. And so with the entity level, this is something that if I want to provide an exemption to an entity level under the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, which I will add that in 2024, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau put out a report urging states to no longer use Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act as means of exempting business under Consumer Protection Acts, because it is a notice and opt-out framework. It is not a comprehensive privacy framework. So if you're looking at an entity level of Graham Leach Bliley, examples of entities under Graham Leach Bliley include things like banks, insurance companies. It also includes things like debt collectors. It includes things like payday loans. It includes things like auto dealers. And so if we were to give an exemption, which California does when it started and has not updated, the entity level under Graham Leach Bliley, we would say that any data that is held by those entities, including, again, debt collectors, payday lenders, car dealers, banks, insurance, anything there, the Vermonters, if they tried to request deletion, then so like the data held under this would be something that would fall under, say, credit reporting, identity verification purposes, fraud prevention. And in this bill, we have made exemptions for each of those use cases. But under these entities, it also includes things like marketing, selling advertising profiles. And so in an entity level, under Graham Leach Bliley, as an example, then somebody could not request that if they try to request their data be deleted from, say, like car dealer or a payday lender, or like I said, these other examples, then this entity would have full exemption to say, no, we're not deleting your data. When we go down to the data, then we go down to the data level and the use case level. So in the data level, if we're talking about Graham Leach Bliley, it actually only takes two types of information to qualify as Graham Leach level kind of like data, this data level exemption, which would be the mix of financial transaction data and your social security number. Knowing how much information is out there that includes these records, that data, so say that we're moving down from the entity level, we're saying we're using data use, kind of like exemption, then if an entity brought in Graham Leach Bliley qualified data into their systems, if we said that we're exempting data, then we're saying that we're exempting that data for every single tier underneath it and all of the use cases that it would be used for. So if somebody got that data on us under a Graham Leach Bliley kind of like data level exemption that qualifies for the under Graham Leach Bliley, then any type of purpose they used it for, like they might be taking it in at first to do things like fraud prevention, identity verification. But then it could be what we're finding, and we're talking to folks in the data broker industry, is that the data brokers and the entities that have arms, that one might be a data broker, one might be a marketing, and they all fall under a big umbrella, is that the data is often commingled and or moves between all of these different departments. So when you get it under that legitimate kind of like use that you would expect a consumer would expect that they might want that data to be used for identity verification purposes, then it would move to things like the marketing department or the advertising department. What we're trying to do in this bill, and what we have done in this bill, is focused on use case exemptions. And so this means that the data that's brought into an entity for the purposes of identity verification, fraud prevention, there's also a kind of additional like state and federal regulations. The Fair Credit Reporting Act is under there. We're saying that like that data, that's protected because it is often credentialed. It's often in databases that actually have really strict security. It might also be in a database that people actually have to have credentials in order to access that information because it is such like highly sensitive data. But we're saying that data shouldn't be moved from that highly sensitive credentialed database that has strong protections throughout the entire business and or subsidiaries of the business to be able to do whatever they want with that data.
I think, is the member still going?
No, it's fine, I'll stop there.
Thank you, member. I appreciate that very thorough response. Two of the things that you mentioned specifically in your answer were around use cases and the commingling of data. And so I'm curious if the committee received any testimony from Vermont banks or credit unions about the impact of this bill's deletion mechanism on their operations, specifically on the data brokers' services they rely on fraud detection, identity verification, sanction screenings, and credit underwriting.
Yes, we did receive testimony from the Vermont banks, property and casualty insurance, an international data broker, and then also, in addition, former data broker employee. And in addition, there's been a lot of voices behind the scenes that have helped to understand, to really help understand kind of this landscape and how the data is used and how it is categorized and how it is protected.
I thank the member. And specifically, do they have concerns about this bill, the witnesses that you received testimony on?
Yeah, so as far as it goes with the banking testimony, the insurance kind of testimony, data broker testimony, there was a concern that because this is a new provision, this use case like based example that was crafted again with people from the industry and regulators, that we made this use case exemption allows them to, it exempts the data as it's used for identity verification, fraud prevention, indirect processing agreements, Fair Credit Reporting Act activities. But again, it does not allow the commingling and kind of like use of that data for other purposes. And so when we received testimony, it was generally that we talked offline. There was an appreciation for trying to get to a point where we are trying to preserve the use of data for legitimate purposes while also trying to protect the consumer from those purposes that are not necessarily legitimate and or a concern. And so when it comes to the banks and insurance and brokers, there was a concern that they haven't seen these use case exemptions before. And so there wasn't testimony to say, like generally what we heard was that because they're unsure of how this could impact them, they wanted an entity level and or data level, depending on who was testifying, exemption under, generally it was falling under Graham eligibility.
So what I'm hearing, thank you, member. And so what I'm hearing is that all of the witnesses were in support of the legislation?
That's a weird phrasing of a question.
Did all of the witnesses you heard from support the legislation?
So again, I think what we heard was that people are unsure of the impact because they have not seen this in action because we haven't passed the law yet.
I'll take that as a no. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the shared concerns that I have with the member and the work that the committee did is making sure that Vermonters remain protected. And so one of the areas that this bill does impact is DMV data. And so my next question is that while the bill does provide exemptions for FCRA furnished consumer reports, I don't see a corresponding exemption for data governed by the Federal Driver's Privacy Protection Act. And I will also add that Vermont's own statute, 23 VSA 304, tightly restricts the use of DMV data. So if a data broker lawfully holds DPPA regulated motor vehicle records for fraud prevention or insurance, underwriting, purposes explicitly permitted under federal law, and a consumer submits a deletion request, what happens?
Yeah, so the data under the DPPA, so I had a lobbyist reach out, and from both, I will just be frank with both concerning educational data, credentialing data, as well as information that falls under the Driver Privacy Protection Act. And these were both very last minute sideline conversations where lobbyists came forward to voice concern. I had already been starting to work as of this was all very last minute, and I'd already been starting to really try to scramble on our last day to try to work with the Education Information Clearinghouse to try to figure out if we could do something quick. And we were not able to do that the day of when we were doing this. So what we have done in the past for past privacy laws is we have worked on an exemption that kind of takes into account the relationship with state agencies, and that is something that we were exploring, and the agreement was that in both cases was that they would be happy to continue conversations as this goes to the House, continuing to the Senate, so we have more time to be thoughtful on all sides of this.
So there remains more work to be done on this, member. Is that what I'm hearing?
There is always more work to be done on bills, and in this case, there's an agreement with the lobbyists that represent these clients that will continue conversations.
Thank you, member, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development? Are you ready for the question? Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is a much needed and very valuable bill. I had a few really just clarifying questions about enforcement, and much of the topic or some of the responses that we just heard answered them. So I'll try to not overlap and just supplement a little bit, if I may interrogate the member presenting the bill.
The member from Bradford is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, one of my questions was about other states. I always get really nervous when Vermont wants to be first up as a small state. And I understand California did something a while ago, which may not be as up to date, but has led the way on this. I'm wondering, are there other states at this point, or does the member know how many other states there are that have enacted similar bills at this point?
Yeah, thank you, member. So as far as what we were, I think, referencing, just for clarification earlier, was generally focused on the California Consumer Protection Act, which at this point, 20 states as of yesterday. Oklahoma passed one, so there's 20 states that have that. And then in large part, again, that's really first-party relationships. As far as data broker registry bills, the 4 states, so Vermont was the first in 2018. The other 3 states are Texas, Oregon, and California. When it comes to, so those are registry bills. And in registry bills, generally there's no exemptions from having to register. California took the next step in creating a law which went into effect on January 1st of this year, which was, or the mechanism went online, the 1st of January for this year. The law that created that mechanism was the California Delete Act. And in that one, they referenced the exemptions for the California Privacy Protection Act. And in general, just to provide an update, I know that Maryland is working on registry and deletion. Connecticut just filed registry and deletion. Rhode Island just filed registry and deletion. As far as bills that are moving through sessions, Massachusetts is looking at it. I can't remember who else. Washington is looking at it, but just to provide, it is generally a trend that more states are looking at this as highly sensitive area that needs action.
I thank the member. Just to follow up to that, because although the discussion about some of the details of these systems was well over my head, I think I got from that there is one area in the bill where this is the first effort to do a specific part of what this bill does. Is that correct?
So the area that this varies slightly is that in comprehensive privacy acts, there tends to be this entity level exemption. It was kind of the first trend or wave of exemptions for businesses to not have to comply with the laws and as a fear of interrupting business generally. The kind of the next wave of things, which is generally what, like a lot of states that have enacted their privacy laws, if they had entity level, like for instance, for Connecticut's always used in this building as a reference of a bill that they originally passed things like GLB, a Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, entity level exemption when they first did it, and the Connecticut AG came out with a report saying these need to be tightened up. So their amendment from last year was to switch that entity level exemption to a data level exemption. And so generally a lot of states are being encouraged to switch from entity level exemptions, which often rely or reference federal privacy acts that have that tend to have loopholes in them. And as I said, a report from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau even itself said, please, do better as far as entity level exemptions. So the next wave is data level. In this case, I worked with former data broker employees, regulators, really trying to hone in on, if there was a concern that because this data moves around in different entities without people realizing it, data might be taken in for one purpose and used for completely different ways in other departments, or shared with different entities or sold with different entities that the consumer doesn't expect or want. And so we really tried to hone in on crafting, really tightly crafting use case-based exemptions.
Madam Speaker, that was very helpful in understanding that difference, which is sounds like a next step forward, but not a fundamental change from the direction that other states have gone. I'm wondering really about the enforcement end. Was there testimony from the Attorney General's office about their confidence level about being able to enforce the provisions?
Yes, so yeah, the Attorney General testified and generally very much in support of this and felt confident about this.
That's great to hear. Was there any testimony from any, whether the Attorney General's office or other legal perspectives, on any constitutional issues around the fact that this was multi-state organizations who might not even easily be able to control or affect something in one state, so it was, limited in what we could do? Were there any constitutional concerns on that in that area?
I would say that I don't think generally that we heard constitutional concerns like interstate commerce clause issues. Those were not raised.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last question I have is about the fines. Obviously, they're pretty hefty, which I would think for some of these data broker customers would be really important, because if there's small fines, they could just ignore them and continue business. But the only concern it raised for me is whether they could argue that Vermont, our size, their ability to have real notice about this level of repercussions for failures to follow the details of our law. Was there any testimony from data brokers or data broker companies at all about that area of enforcement?
We did have testimony from one data broker. We were very focused on the exemptions piece of the bill. We did not generally, to the best of my knowledge, we did not actually ever have anybody who's expressing concerns about the fines. So actually, sorry, I'll cover fees and fines just so for clarity. So as far as fines and fees, we generally did not hear any testimony of people raising that concern. The fines are very much in line with what other states are doing. As far as the fees, I'll have to kind of share that I think it was, I'm not gonna remember the states correctly, but in Texas and Oregon, it's like $100 and $300. I can't remember which state is which as far as registration. As far as registration in California, they actually upped theirs to $6,600. And they set that because they were trying to fund the deletion mechanism, the building of the portal. We originally, in the original version of this bill, actually had it that the Attorney General or Secretary of State, I think, could set the fees, but then we learned that we don't do that in Vermont, so we had to pick a number. And so the Secretary of State basically was comfortable with 900 as a start, and so that's why we went with that.
I thank the member. I actually was only concerned about the fines, but it's useful to know the fees. In fact, the ability to pin down what different states are doing and the depth of knowledge that we've heard is extremely impressive on this whole topic. I'm really excited about supporting this bill and being in support of it, and I thank the member for clarifying those things.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development? Member from Jericho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to speak out in support of the bill. The representative from Bradford did a great job of bringing together both advocates and lobbyists for industry to find a middle ground where we can continue to protect Vermonters and ensure that business goes forward in the way that it needs to for Vermonters to get the services that we've come to be accustomed to. I wanted to just remind everyone that this law was first passed in 2018. And if we think about any technology that we use, everything has changed so much since 2018. We do housekeeping bills in just about every area of government, and yet we have not yet updated this bill. It's in dire need of an update, and this bill does just that.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Members, at this time, in terms of bill order, we plan to continue in the order that is listed in the calendar. If something changes, I will let you know, but as of right now, we're going through the order in the calendar. So now we'll take up House Bill 577, which is an act relating to establishing the Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program. The bill was referred to the Committee on Healthcare, which recommends that the bill be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Colchester, Representative Critchlow, will speak for that committee. And affecting the revenue of the state, the bill was then referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, which recommends that the report of the Committee on Healthcare be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Georgia, Representative Brannigan, will speak for that committee. And then carrying an appropriation, the bill was then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which recommends that the bill ought to pass when amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare, and when further amended as recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means. The member from St. Albans Town, Representative Dickinson, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
Page 577, an act relating to establishing the Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program.
Member from Colchester.
We all know healthcare costs are rapidly becoming one of the greatest burdens facing Vermont households. Vermonters now spend, on average, nearly $1 out of every $5 they earn on their healthcare, and prescription drugs are a major driver of the cost. We can and must do more to rein in the cost of prescription drugs for our constituents, and H8577 is intended to do just that. H577 would authorize the Office of the State Treasurer to join a growing multi-state coalition known as ArrayRx, a collaboration founded in 2006 by Washington and Oregon that has since expanded to include Nevada, Arizona, Ohio, and most recently Connecticut. Joining ArrayRx would allow Vermonters to participate in its prescription drug discount card program, making lower prescription drug prices available at the pharmacy counter. So what would this program mean for Vermonters? Any Vermont resident can sign up and receive a discount card free of charge. The card offers discounted prices on all prescription medications approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, with savings up to 80% on generic drugs and up to 20% on brand name medications, as well as discounts on certain over-the-counter medications. These savings would be especially meaningful for residents without insurance or for those who face high out-of-pocket costs for prescription drugs. Unfortunately, the Affordable Care Act subsidies and federal tax credits expired, and Medicaid Advantage plans are becoming less available. A growing number of Vermonters, especially seniors and working families, may find themselves needing additional help to afford their medications. Even for Vermonters with good insurance coverage, the ArrayRx card may still provide savings in certain cases. In addition, expenses incurred through the card may count towards the patient's deductible. if the consumer submits a claim to their insurer. In Connecticut, which joined the program in 2023, residents have seen an average savings of approximately $259 million a month. $259 a month per member per month. I will now walk you through the sections. It can be found on page 1372. Section 1, VSA chapter, Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program. Section 1 adds a new subchapter to Title 18 on the Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program. Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program establishes the Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program to be administered by the Office of the State Treasurer to reduce prescription drug costs by pooling prescription drug purchasing power with other states. The program will be available to all Vermont residents. Annual report to the General Assembly beginning January 2028 on the activities of the program and the previous calendar year, including numbers of Vermont residents and pharmacies participating and the amount of savings achieved. 4692, Vermont Prescription Drug Card Program Fund, establishes a special fund to support the Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program. Sections 2 and 3, health insurance pharmacy benefit managers and filling prescriptions. Sections 2 and 3 make similar amendments to 8 VSA 4093 and 18 VSA 3612. These sections require health insurers and pharmacy benefit managers to count amounts paid by or on behalf of a covered individual for the prescription drug towards the covered individual's deductible and out-of-pocket minimums, even if the individual buys the drug without using their insurance. The sections also require insurance or PBMs or both to make a downloadable proof of payment form available on their website so covered individuals can provide what they paid for the drugs and if they don't use their insurance, and provide notice to covered individuals at least annually that they are responsible for providing proof of payment when they don't use the insurance in order to have their spending properly attributed to their deductible and out-of-pocket expenses maximums. Section 4, Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program Implementation Report. This section requires the state treasurer to report to the General Assembly by January 15th, 2027 on the implementation of the Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program. Section 5 appropriates $50,000 from the general fund to the state treasurer's office in fiscal year 2027 for the cost of developing and implementing the Vermont Prescription Drug Discount Card Program. And Section 6 is the effective date of July 1st, 2026. If just 1% of Vermonters enrolled, households could collectively save more than $20 million each year on prescription medications. This is money families could instead put towards necessities like food, gas, or savings for their future. And we can bring this program to Vermonters without any ongoing costs for the state. This program is self-funded through a small transaction fee baked into the advertised price that a consumer pays when they buy a drug. This legislation was received enthusiastic support from the Vermont Medical Society, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont, the AARP, the Office of the Healthcare Advocate, notable independent pharmacists, and the Oregon State Pharmacists Association. Pharmacists in states that have actively administered the program have not reported negative impacts to their businesses, and several pharmacists across Vermont have provided statements in support of H577. Critically, unlike many other discount drugs and commercial insurance companies, the RA-RX discount card is governed by public sector employees who are dedicated to balancing the needs of pharmacies and consumers. And importantly, like the last bill, they do not sell your data. After hearing extensive testimony, the Healthcare Committee voted in favor of H577 by 11-0-0, and we ask for the body's support. The Healthcare Committee heard from the Assistant General Counsel, Department of Financial Regulation, Staff Attorney for the Office of the Healthcare Advocate, Vermont Legal Aid, Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, Department of Financial Regulation, Legislative Liaison, Vermont Pharmacists Association, Deputy Chief Counsel, Office of the Legislative Counsel, ARRAY-RX Steering Committee member from the Oregon Health Authority, Director of Legislative and Government Relations, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont, Associate State Director of the Advocacy and Outreach for AARP Vermont, Director of the Rutland Pharmacy, Senior Advisor to the Health Policy Initiatives, Office of Connecticut State Comptroller, Vermont State Treasurer's Office, Vermont State Treasurer from the Office of the State Treasurer, Pharmacist from Lakeside Pharmacy, Vermont Pharmacists Association, BPA, Comptroller for the Office of the Connecticut State Comptroller, Special Advisory to the Treasurer, Office of the State Treasurer. And I already said we voted it out 11-0-0, and we ask for your support.
And now speaking for the Committee on Ways and Means, member from Georgia.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think the best way to understand how this program would work is by thinking of a Costco card. Many of us have those Costco cards. You take them into the store, and that enables you to buy food at a reduced rate sometimes in the store. You pay for the Costco card, however, I think it's on an annual basis. This card won't cost the person who's buying pharmaceutical products anything. The way this card is paid for is with every purchase you make at the pharmacy, a % or two, a few dollars are charged to the already reduced price you pay, and that money is collected by ARX. So the bill, as amended by the Ways and Means Committee, removes the name of a fund that already exists in the Treasurer's Office and changes the name of that fund to the Financial Literacy and Economic Development Trust Fund. The committee also changed language that would have allowed the treasurer to establish fees to go into that fund. In fact, we took that right out of the bill. That's a legislative job, not an executive branch job, so that's gone. Fees defray the costs of this program, as I already tried to explain to you. So the treasurer does not have the ability to determine the amount of fee or that would go into the fund. This recognizes and maintains the difference between the branches of government, executive and legislative. In the Vermont ARX, the bill, I already told you, would amend the fees. ARX is a multi-state collaborative. I think the presenter of the bill explained to you which states have started the bill. If this were to come to Vermont, ARX would manage the administrative responsibilities of distributing discount cards and providing customer service, while the Office of the Treasurer would deal with the marketing. ARX would collect a small transaction fee at the time the discount is used. So when the consumer goes in to purchase a pharmaceutical product, that's when the fee is paid. A portion of that fee is used to cover the transaction costs, and the remainder goes to the state for administrative and marketing purposes. Please note that in Section 5 of the underlying bill, there's an appropriation for $50,000. That's a one-time appropriation, not an annual appropriation. So the company, the treasurer's office rather, only gets this money once. They use it initially to start the marketing of this program, and they are not scheduled to get any more money after that. So we have found by doing research that each of the states who already use this program, in each of those states, the consumers are saving money, usually a couple $100s a month. In fact, this card is sometimes used at a pharmacy in my district, but it's used by people who are visiting the state. They can purchase pharmaceuticals, get these prescription products at a reduced rate, but the people who live in my district can't because Vermont doesn't participate. If we vote to start participating in this plan, then people in my district and yours can then receive these products at a reduced rate. Like shopping at Costco, everything isn't going to be cheaper, but many things will, enough to save a couple $100s a month. So I hope that explains the bill. Ways and Means voted on this amendment change 902, and we look for your support.
Member from Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After hearing the amendment and hearing from Ledge Council, a representative from Georgia, and the Office of the Treasurer, we voted a straw poll with 902 that the amendment offered by the Committee on Ways and Means be accepted.
And now speaking for the Committee on Appropriations, member from St. Albans Town.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Appropriations Committee reviewed the bill H577. The bill adds the appropriation of $50,000 to the Office of the State Treasurer for the cost of developing and implementing the program for ArrayRx. We heard from representatives of the Treasurer's Office, Ledge Council, and the Joint Fiscal Office. The Committee on Appropriations recommends that the bill ought to pass when amended, as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare, when further amended as recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means by a vote of 8-1. Thank you.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Healthcare be amended as recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means? Are you ready for the question? Member from Poultney.
Point of inquiry, Madam Speaker.
Member from Poultney, what's your point of inquiry?
May the member of Georgia repeat the vote out of the House Ways and Means Committee?
Thank you. The member from Georgia.
8-1.
Well, I have 920, so that's my.
Will the House take a brief recess, please? The House will stand in recess. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Member from Georgia.
Reports going on here this afternoon. The report by the Ways and Means Committee, 920, which I think is what I reported in the beginning. The report from the member from St. Albans Town is 821. The report I delivered, 920.
Thank you.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Healthcare be amended as recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the report of the Committee on Healthcare. Now the question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended? Are you ready for that question? Member from Northfield.
Madam Speaker, when I saw this bill, my first reaction was, wait, we did that already. I could swear I remember that we tried that. We passed a bill a while back. And it wasn't that I wasn't supportive, but I was wondering what happened and why that didn't work. So I went back and checked, and actually Chapter 91 here is prescription drug cost containment. This is subchapter 7 being added, but subchapter 4 was a specific program that involved attempting to pool with other states, but primarily about purchasing drugs at a lower cost from Canada rather than based on overall pooled benefits. So I was about 90% wrong and 10% right. But in coming across that, Madam Speaker, it did lead me to maybe make one suggestion to the committee. That program did not ever come to pass, didn't end up working out. So maybe as we enact this new one, we should be deleting that law. And in particular, Madam Speaker, because Section 4656 of it requires an annual report, and that annual report is specifically exempted from the sunset provisions that require us to look at and repeal old or no longer necessary reports. So I don't know if it's still being done. If it's not being done, the law's being violated. But if it's not being done, it's because it's not necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a terrific bill to see, and I'm fully in support.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Now we'll take up House Bill 718, which is an act relating to building energy efficiency. The bill was referred to the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure, which recommends that the bill be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from St. Johnsbury, Representative Campbell, will speak for the committee. And carrying an appropriation, the bill was then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which recommends that the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Burke, Representative Kaczynska, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 718, an act relating to building energy efficiency.
Member from St. Johnsbury.
Madam Speaker, I believe you and most members are aware that Vermont has mandatory building energy codes. Residential building energy standards, or RBs, have been in place since 1997. Commercial building energy standards, CBs, since 2007. Although neither RBs or CBs includes enforcement mechanisms or penalties for noncompliance, on the commercial side, compliance is pretty high, likely due to higher levels of formal training and particularly professional licensing. In residential construction, however, RB's compliance is not so hot. Many consumers are not aware that we have energy codes. Even some contractors are not. Some may be aware, but beyond meeting the letter of the codes with a self-certified compliance certificate, don't actually pay much attention to them. Worse, some contractors choose non-compliance in order to undercut their competition. because it's true, energy code compliance does cost a little more upfront. But the Public Service Department, which promulgates and updates energy codes, calibrates them to save more over time than they cost upfront. That's to say nothing of the less tangible but very real benefits of improving the comfort, healthfulness, safety, and durability of the home. It may surprise some members to know that while Vermont does have binding residential building energy standards, we do not have an overarching residential building construction code for single-family and two-unit buildings. This means there is no standard that building owners can hold contractors to when constructing or renovating what is, for most, their most costly and valuable asset. It also means there is no legal standard for insurance companies or the courts in case of problems. And effectively, it puts the liability for determining construction standards squarely on the builder or designer. Having a mandatory energy code without a residential building construction code is a cart before the horse situation. Energy codes are a subset of building codes. Without a building code, there is no institutional framework for energy code administration. Thus, not only are builders liable for determining construction standards, any builder who insists on RB's compliance winds up in the position of energy code enforcer with their clients. This is the messy and unfair landscape of the residential construction industry in Vermont today. At the same time, we have an acute housing shortage and steeply rising material and labor costs. Against a target of bringing online more than 8,000 units per year over the next 5 years, we have averaged less than 2,000 a year over the last 5 years. And with a state budget stretched drum tight, there is understandably little appetite for erecting the regulatory structure necessary to relieve small residential contractors of the liability and their energy code enforcer role. H718 addresses these problems in the following ways. By harnessing the power of market competition to motivate builders to take advantage of training opportunities to increase their understanding not only of energy codes, but also of moisture and airflow dynamics involved in better insulated, more airtight buildings. By raising the visibility and usability of the residential contractor registry, where builders who undertake projects costing $10,000 or more are already required to register, and offering voluntary certification credentials they can use to highlight their training. By establishing a task force to assist the Office of Professional Regulation, or OPR, the host of the registry, with the technical and logistical challenges of improving it. By setting a deadline for the Division of Fire Safety, or DFS, to complete the assessment they're currently undertaking to determine whether and how to adopt an overarching residential building construction code. And by clarifying the authority of municipalities that wish to adopt and enforce, but not make changes to, existing energy codes. Those are the main points. They are the fruit of 3 years of off-session building energy code working groups and committee involving stakeholders and state officials. But most working group stakeholders believed that without enforcement or penalties of some kind, it will be very difficult to increase energy code compliance. Whether that is so or not, this bill does not do that. Instead, it focuses on market signals. Incentivizing training is really the overall goal. With that, I will walk through the bill. The bill is on page 1379 of today's calendar, and also on the committee page for March 12th. Section 1 is findings, most of which I've already explained. Section 2 sets a deadline of January 15th, 2027 for the Division of Fire Safety to complete their assessment that I mentioned is already underway of the residential construction code. DFS has agreed to this deadline and does not require additional funding. Section 3 establishes the Residential Contractor Registry Task Force. Subsection B lists the task force's 15 members, including the principal regulatory offices, OPR under the Secretary of State, DFS in the Department of Public Safety, and the Public Service Department. Other government officials include the Attorney General's Office, which handles construction-related complaints, the Weatherization Assistance Program in the Office of Economic Opportunity, and career and technical education representatives in the Agency of Education and Vermont State Colleges system. Industry stakeholders on this task force include Efficiency Vermont, Vermont Builders and Remodelers Association, the American Institute of Architects Vermont chapter, Associated General Contractors of Vermont, Associated Builders and Contractors of Vermont and New Hampshire. The AGC typically focuses primarily on commercial, ABC on residential, and the Vermont League of Cities and Towns. Lastly, 2 public members are appointed by the governor, one of whom is a residential contractor not affiliated with ABC Vermont and New Hampshire or AGC Vermont. The bill does include an appropriation to support the task force, but that was amended by appropriations. Subsection C on page 1382 of the calendar lists the powers and duties. The task force acts in an advisory capacity to OPR. First, to address shortcomings in the residential contractor registry, such as improving the public-facing web presence, identifying cost-efficient strategies for outreach to the public and contractors, identifying and creating lists of trade specialties, for example, framing, roofing, foundations, clarifying the relationship between business-based registrations and individual-based certifications. And second, on the list of 6 powers and duties, to expedite the creation of voluntary certifications by identifying, vetting, and recommending credentialing entities. Initial certifications would include construction site supervisor, basic energy code, both residential and commercial, and high-performance building. Third, to assess how to improve the energy education modules that have been in statute and required under 3 VSA Section 138. This is the chapter covering the Secretary of State, and whether these specific modules should be administered by the Public Service Department rather than OPR. I'll explain more about energy education modules in a minute. Fourth, to assess whether the type of regulation for residential contractors should be changed from registration to certification or licensure, the other forms of registration or other forms of licensure that OPR administers. Recall that licensure is one reason why compliance with commercial energy codes is much higher. Fifth, to assess whether and how the regulating entity for residential building contractors should be Division of Fire Safety rather than Office of Professional Regulation. And lastly, to consider any other strategies to improve and streamline the regulation of the residential construction industry. Subsection D lists the administrative and technical support for the task force. Subsection E requires annual reports and any recommendations for legislative action. Subsection F says meetings will be monthly for the first year and every other month, at least every other month thereafter, until the task force sunsets on June 30th, 2029. Subsection G is per diems from appropriations listed later. Sections 4, 5, 7, and 8 update existing statutes in various titles that require energy education modules for building-related professions and trades. These, as I say, have been in statute for a number of years. Currently, these modules mainly review statute language, which is hardly something that is useful to an electrician, plumber, or heating tech, or to an architect, engineer, or property inspector. These sections direct the office in charge, whether OPR or DFS, to develop more relevant content and to review it with stakeholders every 3 years and update it if necessary. There are 2 other related items. One, in Section 4, regards energy education modules administered by OPR. Back in Section 3, subsection C, subdivision 3, the task force is directed, in the powers and duties section, to consider whether these modules administered by OPR should actually be administered by public service instead. The other related item is Section 6, which repeals the energy education module requirement for commissioned boiler inspectors. As DFS advised, these individuals are merely inspecting and testing, not installing, repairing, or adjusting equipment. Section 9 directs OPR to conduct a sunrise report to assess whether and how home energy rating systems raters, or HERS raters, or energy professionals should be regulated professions. HERS raters are regulated now through public service, a legacy of a time when there was only a single rater in Vermont at Vermont Energy Investment Corporation, where Efficiency Vermont is housed. Energy professionals are not currently regulated. Sections 10 and 11 make two changes to statute, one regarding RBs, the other CBs, and Title 30, Public Service. The two changes are specifically allowing municipalities to enforce energy codes. In Section 12, it will be clear that municipalities may implement energy codes if they so desire, but no municipality is required to. And municipalities may not make changes to RBs or CBs as promulgated by Public Service. And second item in sections, or those two statutes, is a safe harbor provision for anyone filing an energy code certificate using 2020 codes rather than 2024 codes, which is currently required by statute, based on the governor's executive order last September that provided for that option. This safe harbor provision was requested by the administration. It takes no position on the policy or the legality of the governor's executive order. It merely holds harmless anyone who has taken the EO at face value and acted accordingly. The administration has since started rulemaking to codify the EO, and the safe harbor will be in effect, or is in effect, until rules change. Section 12 adds clarifying language to Title 24, Municipal and County Government, allowing municipalities to incorporate by reference into their existing powers to establish codes and regulations for the construction, this is a quote from the statute, to establish codes and regulations for the construction, maintenance, repair, and alteration of buildings and other structures within the municipality, and allowing them to enforce RBs and CBs. The VLCT has advised that the municipalities already think they have, that language already allows them to regulate buildings, which it sounds like it does, but we were advised by the attorney for the Department of Public Service that he felt that it was unclear in other parts of statute. This is intended to help a separate grant-funded effort that is underway to establish uniform procedures for any municipality that wishes to adopt these codes and enforce them, so that builders and architects won't be faced with different processes in different towns. Section 13 is the appropriation, again, to be changed by the Appropriations Amendment. Section 14 is the effective date, July 1, 2026. Madam Speaker, Vermont has many fine home builders. Most, nearly all, take great pride in their work and strive to do a quality job using the latest high-performance materials. And the typical residential and small commercial building is better insulated and tighter than even 10 years ago. But critically, not every builder really understands, the whole building system they are assembling. They are often not fully aware of how the work of each trade affects the energy, airflow, and moisture dynamics of the integrated system. It's not a question of fault. I expect that many, perhaps most, residential builders learned the job on the trade from seasoned builders who also learned on the job. It's how I started out. That may be finally changing now with more emphasis on CTE in schools and adult training opportunities. There is, in fact, a proliferation of training opportunities, but too often attendance is sparse, or a small group of the same people show up year after year. It's hard to get on builders' radar when they have much else to do, either hurrying to finish a job, closing the sale on the next one, or bidding the one after that. H7 18 seeks to change that by amplifying market signals to encourage builders to take advantage of the training available and make their skills as advanced as the materials they're using. Madam Speaker, the vote in your Energy and Digital Infrastructure Committee was 6-3, and we asked the body's support. We heard from Bill's sponsor and chair of the Building Energy Code Working Group, the director of the Office of Professional Regulation in the Secretary of State's office, the director of the Division of Fire Safety in the Department of Public Safety, the Deputy Secretary of State, the president of the American Institute of Architects in Vermont, manager of Government and Public Affairs, Downs Racklin Martin, Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel, and written testimony from the Assistant Director of Efficiency and Energy Resources at the division at the Public Service Department. But we had a great deal more background than that testimony in our committee this year. Last year, we heard from other stakeholders, and the Building Energy Code Working Group heard from builders, regional planners, energy efficiency utilities, energy efficiency advocates, property inspectors, realtors, and banking and insurance. I urge the body's support. Thank you.
And now speaking for the Committee on Appropriations, member from Burke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Appropriations Committee received detailed testimony from the Energy and Digital Infrastructure Committee regarding H718 that proposes to create a residential contractor registry task force as detailed in today's calendar. The committee also received testimony from the Joint Fiscal Office summarizing the fiscal impact to support the establishment of the registry in fiscal year 2027. In careful consideration of the capacity of the FY27 budget and recognize the intent of the bill, the Appropriations Committee recommends that the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure be amended by striking out Section 13 Appropriations and in its entirety and inserting in lieu thereof a new Section 13 to read as follows. Section 13, Contingency of Funding. The duty to implement the Residential Contractor Registry Task Force described in Section 3 of this Act is contingent upon an appropriation of funds in fiscal year 2027 from the General Fund to the Office of Professional Regulation for that purpose. With a vote of 9-0, your Appropriations Committee recommends the bill ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
Member from St. Johnsbury.
The Energy and Digital Infrastructure Committee thanks the Appropriations Committee for their work and their positive vote, and has approved the amendment on a straw poll of 6-3-0.
And now the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure be amended as recommended by the Committee on Appropriations? Member from South Burlington.
Madam Speaker, your General and Housing Committee took a straw poll and we voted 6-1-4.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure be amended as recommended by the Committee on Appropriations? Are you ready for the question? Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the member from Appropriations?
The member from Burke is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, just to clarify, the replacement section only references the Residential Contractor Registry Task Force being contingent on funds, but Section 13 had two appropriations. Is the intent of the amendment to not provide or not anticipate any appropriation for the funding of the demand resource plan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is correct.
Thank you, member. The other question is, Madam Speaker, we often have to vote for bills without knowing if they're going to cost money or not because of the sequencing of things. But by fortunate happenstance of timing this year, I think we're aware that the Appropriations Committee has now passed its proposed budget. So I'm wondering if the member can tell me, is that $200,000 for the Residential Contractor Task Force in the budget as proposed by the Appropriations Committee?
Neither of those two figures are in the proposed budget. The fiscal impact from the fiscal note appropriated a total of $400,000. That was, and that total is not part of the budget.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So that, in other words, where it says contingent on the appropriation, in fact, the residential contractor task force does not any longer have a duty to implement on the part of the office there. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, please repeat the question.
The amendment from the Committee on Appropriations says that the duty to implement the residential contractor task force is contingent on the appropriation. And if I understood the prior answer, the budget does not include a recommended appropriation. And therefore, is it correct that there is no duty to implement in this bill?
That is correct.
I thank the member.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure be amended as recommended by the Committee on Appropriations? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure. Now the question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Are you ready for the question? Member from Lowell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope to briefly talk about how this isn't necessarily going to cost a little more. It may cost quite a bit more. First, just even going to the findings, the first finding I want to read talks public policy for several years has implemented strategies to stimulate construction to relieve Vermont's severe housing shortage. These actions are gaining momentum. I'm going to stop right there. That isn't where this finding stops, but I think that's a positive sign, okay? But then it goes on to say, but without appropriate construction standards for 1 and 2 unit dwellings and with uneven application of energy efficiency standards. Again, if these standards, and I'll go into this later as far as the 2020 residential building energy standards compared to the 2024 residential building energy standards has a dramatic increase in construction costs. Next, just going down to number 5 in the findings. Madam Speaker, if I could, I'd like to inquire of the presenter of the bill.
The member from St. Johnsbury is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, it talks about here in the findings that recommendations of the 2024-2025 working group includes leveraging the Office of Professional Regulation residential contractor registry to provide market incentives to contractors to register and obtain voluntary certifications, including in energy codes. However, the registry has not so far proved effective for the public, contractors, and or OPR. So as a registered contractor, I believe the registration has done exactly what it was set out to do. And that's to encourage contractors that do work over $10,000 in a job, that's materials and labor, to register. They have to have a written contract. They have to have insurance. And I believe that's what it's done. So can you explain to me what this finding is when it says has not so far provided to prove to be effective to the public contractor and OPR?
Yes, Madam Speaker. We heard from the Director of the Office of Professional Regulation that the number of contractors registered has been trending down. And while we don't know how many contractors there are. That's part of the point of the registry. The director of OPR believes that we were only capturing a portion of the contractors in the first place. So that is the genesis of the statement that it is not proved effective. In addition, the registry is on OPR's website, but it requires a little digging to get to it. And when you do get to it, what you're presented with is a map. OPR is updating their websites right now, but to comply with the ADA requirements that people may have heard about. But what you get right now is a map showing, with dots on it, showing where contractors who are registered have their addresses. If you want to get more information about contractors and sort or filter the contractors by address or name or something like that, you have to download a spreadsheet. So it's not terribly user-friendly the way it is now. And that's part of the purpose of this bill, is to encourage OPR to, and provide a task force to help support them to improve the website and the registry in general.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll speak to that a little bit later as well, that process for registering. While I have you, Madam Speaker, in regards to number 7 under the findings, while the residential building energy standards do apply to single-family residents, the Department of Public Service has advised the General Assembly that enabling legislation does not provide clear authority for municipalities to administer and enforce the RBESs at the local level. Some municipalities do wish to have this authority. My question here is, in looking at, so there was a 2023, 2024, and 2025 working group. The 2025 working group, in their last page, talked about other strategies considered and not recommended. Again, not recommended by the working group. And number 3 on that is clarifying statutory authority for municipalities to enforce RBESs and CBESs. Okay, so can you clarify for me why the committee chose not to accept that recommendation by the working group?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would have to look back. And I don't know if I have that paper with me today. I'm trying to remember what people said. I believe the vote was fairly close, and some members felt that they were concerned about municipalities adopting different processes for administering and enforcing the RBs, which would be confusing for contractors working in different towns. I mentioned, I believe in my report, that there is a grant-funded effort underway currently through Energy Action Network to make these processes uniform, to consult with the municipalities that do have authority. They obtained authority through charter changes to enforce RBs, to work with them and to come up with a uniform set of processes in order to avoid that problem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while we're on the subject of the 2025 working groups, things that they did not recommend, they did not recommend requiring credentials and not simply registration for residential contractors. But yet in your task force request, number 2, it says, expedite the creation of voluntary certification, including identifying, vetting, and recommending credentialing entities with initial certifications in the following and similar subject areas. So again, a recommendation out of the working group that it seems, they did not recommend that, yet here it is again being asked of the task force to consider it. Again, just, Madam Speaker, is that just a furthering of looking at that credentialing and certification?
Madam Speaker, I believe the member is conflating two different items here. One is voluntary certifications, which was part of the original residential contractor registry setup. The registration is required, but the certifications are voluntary. And the purpose of that particular subdivision of the bill is to ask the task force to facilitate identifying what those voluntary certifications would be and identifying the credentialing entity that would provide those certifications. So again, those are all voluntary. And the other, well, go ahead.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't know if you were done.
Well, I was just going to mention that the other part of it is the question of whether the contractor registration should be different from just registration, which includes no credentials of any sort or any sort of testing, to another form of registration or licensing that OPR does. They do two other forms. One is called certification, and the other is full licensing. Certification, it requires a certification, although it's not exclusive. Licensing would be exclusive, meaning that anyone who doesn't possess that license would be violating the law if they practice whatever their profession is. So those are the two different types of certification that I think the member was conflating.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just one other question. So in Section 2, when talking about adopting residential building codes, you've asked the Director of Fire and Safety to complete an assessment on whether and how the state should adopt a residential building code. My question here is, why wasn't it in that charge to ask them how much it will cost for administration and compliance of those codes?
The Division of Fire Safety has been in a process of determining what would be necessary to adopt and adapt the model residential construction code for Vermont's purposes. And they were prompted to do that because there is federal, and I guess I neglected to include this in my report. The federal government, FEMA has had a program to support states that didn't have residential building codes to adopt them, and that would make the state then eligible for funding from FEMA to implement them. Vermont does not have a residential building code, and so the Division of Fire Safety was exploring it in order to be eligible for that funding. That funding has since been suspended, which I think is probably the reason why DFS is somewhat stalled in their process. However, the director of DFS has said that they're perfectly willing to complete the process, and the original form of the bill set a deadline for them to adopt the code, and they were not willing to do that, but they were willing to recognize a deadline to finish their process about what would be necessary. As for funding, they did not request additional funding for this. And enforcement would only be in buildings that DFS has jurisdiction over now, which does not include single-family owner-occupied buildings.
Thank you, Member. Madam Speaker, going back to the Secretary of State's website for registering contractors, I looked just the other day on a section that said, complete application instructions are found here. And I clicked on it, and it says the page is not available. I say that because, Madam Speaker, when I registered, I found it to be rather difficult. And I've had other contractors reach out to me asking me how to register. It has to be done online. It cannot be done in paperwork. The Secretary of State's office said they would help with that. The other thing that's a concern, that if they could find the instructions and what some of the questions are online, it might help folks out that when they get to the position or the questions regarding, have you ever been convicted of a misdemeanor? Have you ever been convicted of a felony? Have you ever been on a registry of any kind? Those sorts of questions, folks, make a lot of folks step back and not want to continue any further. Again, I reached out to the Secretary of State on this, suggested that there should be something in that registration process that she told me could happen, that if an individual answered those questions honestly, the Secretary of State would sit down with the individual and go over what their felony was, and it didn't preclude them necessarily from being registered. But again, that's a concern for me is that whole process. And Madam Speaker, I think you know, we've talked a lot about affordable housing and what we need to do to continue to build housing, and to me, this bill certainly goes in the opposite direction. I can tell you, so as a member of LCAR, back when we looked at increasing the new residential building energy standards and commercial building energy standards to the new 2024 standards, there was a lot of public testimony that was in the packet that we looked at. And I just want to read a few of the comments from some of the contractors, architects, and even the Montpelier Housing Committee, if I could.
You may.
So one home builder talked about an 1,800 square foot home built today versus the 2023 standards could cost a difference of $28,000 with maybe savings of $1,000 in energy costs a year. Another one, I'm not going to name the names, but they put down their names of their home builders. Another one says, we have estimated that the increased cost to meet the code and stretch codes for Act 250 projects is over $17,500 per home. The benefits for these future homeowners will not be realized for many, many years. Architects, the current language in the commercial building energy standards appear to require one charging station per dwelling unit, plus a percentage of other spaces, and the CBES language for EV capable seems to require that all the infrastructure, but for the actual chargers itself, must be in place. This has a very heavy upfront construction cost. And just a note on that, after we considered that in Alcar, I was reached out by a developer who wanted to put in some more apartment units in Stowe, and he was asking me what he could do in regards to that particular section of the new standards and how much it was going to cost him to put those in place. Again, recently, under the new guidelines that we're looking at here, we've had one meeting last Thursday in regards to the governor's executive order. We're going to have more in Alcar, but again, another home contractor talked about added costs to comply to the 2024 residential building energy standard codes compared to the 2020 codes. Average 1,600 square foot home is $16,963. Again, you know, you add these costs to what it might cost for a 30-year mortgage and that sort of thing, and there's a lot to it. I forgot to talk about the Montpelier Housing Committee, who took testimony about Green Mountain Power switching the current 100 amp service to 200 amp service from dwelling unit to my home would be just shy of $4,000. These are all in these new standards, folks, that they have to have an upgraded system to be able to electrify, have everything in your home electric. Madam Speaker, I guess I'll end there. Again, I've been involved in this for many years. I don't think, especially the conversation around not having the $400,000 in there or the $200,000 for the task force alone. It's a 15-member task force. I can't imagine how much they could get done with that many folks. And just as a final statement, before I end, I won't say again who who said this to me, but I can just say that it was a statewide office holder. In discussing a lot of this, whether it's the new codes or the registration policy and process, said, Mark, we can't have people building a house just to have a roof over their heads. And that to me is a real concern. And again, it just kind of sums up where we're headed. And I certainly can support this bill for all those reasons. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Stowe.
Madam Speaker, a number of us were out on the State House lawn at noon, and there were a lot of rural Vermonters there with concerns about their future and what we have done to create barriers and what can we do to lower barriers. So they, and many of them were young farm families, rural families, concerned about how their kids would have access to some of their land and raise their families here. So that, I came in and was following this dialogue, and it spurred a few questions. Madam Speaker, if I may interrogate the reporter of the bill.
The member from St. Johnsbury is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Member, it wasn't clear to me, I guess I'll back up, and I'm older than most of you here, but many of us built our own houses. We didn't hire a builder. We might have hired someone to pour a foundation or drill a well, but there are a lot of rural Vermonters that have a lot of skills, including building, carpentry, other trades. And you talk about certifications and registrations, and you've also talked about how far behind we are in meeting the needs of rural Vermonters and Vermont workforce that wants housing. Is there anything in this bill that requires an individual wants to build his own home? The previous comments, I believe from the member Lowell, talked about, we can't just allow something so people to just get a roof over their heads. I'm talking about people can build a house, can do proper insulation, but do it without a contractor. Do individuals who want to build their own home have to get licensed and be registered under this bill that we're considering at this time?
Madam Speaker, I believe that owner-built homes are still exempt from the building energy codes. That's the way it always has been, and this bill does nothing to change that. I would point out, in response to other comments, that the purpose of energy codes and of increasing the sort of knowledge and skill of builders is to avoid the situation where we're building buildings that need to be retrofit in a few years. It's far more expensive to retrofit a building than it is to build it right the first time. And that's really the point of having energy codes and having training and having not only energy codes, but building codes, so that we are building buildings, which again are the most expensive asset of most people. We're building buildings that don't require retrofit or wholesale reconstruction at some point down the road.
Member, thank you. Madam Speaker, I thank you. I just hope that we can do all we can for rural families. Sometimes parents can pitch in, help their children build, but that we do not create new barriers for them to be able to create a home and become part of our communities or their communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to comment on a case in point, what the member from Lowell was referencing before, because there were references to sort of estimated costs or what it would cost, the difference in terms of our housing crisis. And I, last fall, signed on to volunteer to be the manager for Northfield's new Habitat for Humanity project, which is a duplex. And the value of the home when completed, each unit will be valued, market value of $350,000, which is $700,000. The cost to build it, and keep in mind that with Habitat, there's a significant amount of donated labor. Youth Build is going to be doing a large component. But the cost to build it is going to be a little bit more than $1 million, despite those labor contributions. That doesn't make a lot of sense. It gives a lot of explanation as to why we have a housing crisis. And of course, people have been asking, how could it cost that much to build a simple duplex? And the answer was the single largest part of that, the single largest chunk, probably in the vicinity of $40,000, is the efficiency measures being put into the house. And I don't deny that they're really critical to be doing, but what I'm not sure is whether they need to be as extensive as some of the current requirements. I don't think it's a big backfill cost to add an it's some wiring, but to add a charger outdoors for an electric vehicle for people who aren't going to be getting an electric vehicle for some time. And there are elements that I think could be voluntary and reduce some of those costs. It's always a tough balance, but we have a real crisis in housing right now. And to cost $1 million to build something with a market value of $700,000 is not a market viability.
Member from Chester. The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Manchester.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I love being on the House floor because we have such thoughtful conversations, and as they often are, they're wide-ranging. So I just wanted to remind members about what this bill doesn't do. The residential building energy codes have been mandatory in Vermont since 1997 for 30 years. So nothing about this bill changes that, advances that, or alters the fact that the RBs have been kicking around since 1997 with, relatively, I guess, I want to say low compliance or lower than some folks might like. And this bill doesn't change that. So what we're trying to do is take a pretty small, logical next step forward here by advancing a bill that might provide some tools to increase compliance in a way that is purely voluntary, by focusing on improving a tool that's, I think, could be more useful for contractors and could definitely be more useful for consumers, by focusing a little bit more on education and voluntary credentials and training, and by setting up a task force to help with that. And that's really what this bill does. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Lowell. From Lowell requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll. Is the member sustained? The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Barrytown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a few questions for the presenter of the bill, if I may ask.
The member from St. Johnsbury is interrogated.
Okay, so I was just wondering, did the committee take any testimony from the Attorney General's office as to how many energy building code lawsuits were brought in the last year?
No, Madam Speaker, we didn't take any testimony on that particular topic.
Okay. Did the Attorney General give you any kind of indication as to the prevalence of violations of the energy building code?
I'm sorry, was that in reference to the Attorney General again?
Yeah, I just am wondering if she gave you any kind of indication as to the prevalence of these. I know you can't give me an exact number if we're looking, or a dollar amount, or how frequently these types of suits are being brought.
Well, we have heard from Office of Professional Regulation that they are getting complaints. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. A number of complaints, not just a handful, about building construction. I believe there was a state auditor report about this recently, in which I'm not sure if I'm confusing a couple of different reports. Anyway, it mentioned that complaints about contractors was one of the leading complaints that they are getting. And anyway, I don't have exact numbers.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm just wondering, did OPR indicate of the complaints that were filed with them, how many of the contractors that had complaints lodged against them were actually on the contractors registry?
Well, again, I don't know about that, but one point that I wanted to emphasize too is that OPR is not empowered to investigate complaints regarding quality. The registry was set up originally as a financial fraud issue, as to address the financial fraud issue. In other words, a contractor perhaps taking a deposit on a project and then not executing the project. That was the original intent of the
Certainly, I'm just trying to get a sense of how many of these complaints that were filed with OPR actually included contractors that were listed on the registry.
Yeah,
I thank the member for that. As a contractor, and I thank the member for his line of questioning, so I'd like to make my statement now. Thank you. As a contractor who deals with the contractors registry frequently, I have found that probably 65% of my competitors are not on the registry. And to make a point here, I see no reason to continue passing legislation that makes it more difficult to build housing and implements arbitrary rules for energy building code when we haven't even figured out the enforcement for the contractors registry yet. And it would not shock me. I would be interested to find out if a majority of the contractors that were actually sued in the state of Vermont for any kind of breach of energy building code or any kind of breach of contract at all weren't even on the registry to begin with. So I think we're putting the cart way in front of the horse to require the good contractors that are out there to jump through yet another hoop, build another cost into building housing when we haven't even figured out who they are yet. So if I may ask for just a brief recess to consult with my leadership, if that would be all right.
The House will stand in recess for a minute. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Member from Berrytown.
There it goes. I appreciate the moment there. I really would strongly caution this body to pass yet another piece of legislation that implements arbitrary goals when we don't even know what we're doing yet. Let's get the OPR right. Let's get the contractors registry right. Let's find out if these lawsuits are even coming regarding energy building code before we just start passing more legislation to increase the cost of housing. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from St. Johnsbury.
Madam Speaker, the member makes a good point about the lack of compliance with the registration, and that is part of the reason for seeking to improve or enhance what I'm calling market signals, the competitive marketplace for builders to get registered in order to appear before the public as registered builders with certain expertise. So that is one of the major points of this bill. And I would also not want to leave the impression that the standards, the energy efficiency standards required in RBs and CBs are arbitrary. They are not arbitrary at all. They are carefully vetted by, first of all, the Model Energy Code, the organization which develops the Model Energy Codes, and then our Department of Public Service, which adapts them to Vermont's conditions and Vermont's energy goals.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, having sat in committee and heard testimony from the Department of Fire Safety, the Department of Public Service, contractors, and architects, I support this bill. We have heard concern today, the estimates that building codes can add $17,500 to a house. I will point out that this bill, H718, does not change the existing codes at all. And in fact, with the safe harbor allowing contractors per the governor's order, executive order, to build to the 2020 standards, can in fact save money. I would also say that the Department of Fire Safety has been working for a year or so studying the question of whether we should have a statewide residential building code. The Department of Fire Safety asked for another 9 months to finish that work. This bill gives them time simply to answer that question. It does not impose residential building codes. It allows the Department of Fire Safety to continue their work to make a decision as to whether having a statewide residential building code would protect Vermonters and be whether the cost-benefit analysis suggests that it is worth the cost in terms of the benefit for protecting Vermonters. And I think we should give the department the leeway they asked for to finish that work, and I support 718.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Berrytown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I don't disagree with the presenter of the bill or some of my colleagues here in the chamber that there are things in this bill that would help advance safety or safeguards for consumers, but I have a real problem without being able to quantify what the cost is currently to people that are already breaking the law, i.e. not on the contractors registry at all, and then forcing more regulations on the contractors that are doing things the right way already. Why, doesn't the committee write a memorandum to OPR and work on enforcement there before passing a bill that has significant changes to how we're doing things before we even take that first step? It's just so typical of what we do sometimes in this body, and only to find that clean heat or 181 or whatever it is dies on the vine farther down the line. So thanks.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Shelburne.
Madam Speaker, the time for the construction trades has arrived. H718 is not perfect, but neither is construction. It's a constantly evolving business, and so will this code be. I have been building in Vermont for 25 years. We need to raise the bar on construction, and this bill does just that. It does not mandate it. It tries to slowly educate folks in my business and the building trades on how to build things right, which is truly needed in Vermont. As an owner of a design-build company, I am voting for this bill.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Are you ready for the question, member from Chester?
Madam Speaker, my addition here is just a cautionary note. The cost of housing in Vermont is already higher than the average working family can afford. We don't have enough rental units for the average renter to find. And we're not in a housing inconvenience. We're in a housing crisis. We're nowhere near, things are moving, but we are not in a building boom. I can assure you, we are not. The standards and certifications and codes and regulations and licensures and all of these other things, these all address real issues. They are all issues, but the cost of these will go on to the consumer, not the contractor. And right now, I don't think is the time to do this. My position on this is not quite yet. I realize that we're talking about study groups that'll make recommendations that we'll consider. I would be more comfortable addressing this when we know that the average Vermonter can afford what we are proposing. If we add so many regulations to building a housing unit that we're building 8 instead of 10, someone needs to explain to 2 of the families that sat in that balcony last session why our policies are more important than the fact they're sleeping in their car. I think there will come a time to raise the bar and raise the standard. But right now, we need to get people under a roof. And we have taken massive testimony on another bill that housing is a human right. So if the customer can afford the high end, they have that option now. But if they cannot afford our base level, then we are not serving them well. So my support for this bill is not yet. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Are you ready for the question? Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the dialogue that we're having here today. I think it's important. I want to just urge and remind my colleagues that there are costs to doing nothing, particularly when we are in places where things are changing pretty rapidly. And so I think discussions like this are important for us to consider those costs compared to the cost of doing something. I'm going to support this today because it is going to get us more information about how to move this forward. But I don't think cost is a black and white issue when we're looking at energy and buildings.
Are you ready for the question? If so, will the clerk please call the roll?
Arsenault, Williston.
2 minutes. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Will the House please come to order? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during a roll call. And when the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your votes. The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure? As amended, will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Austin of Colchester. Bailey of Hyde Park. Bartholomew of Heartland. Bartley of Fairfax. Burbeck of Winooski. Byron of Virgins. Bishop of Colchester. Black of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Boston of Westminster. Bosch of Clarendon. Boonton of Berry City. Boyden of Cambridge. Brady of Williston. Brannigan of Georgia. Brigham of St. Albans Town. Brown of Richmond. Burdett of West Rutland. Barker Brattleboro. Burkhardt of South Burlington. Burroughs of West Windsor. Bird of Cabot. Campbell of St. Johnsbury. Canfield of Fairhaven. Kerry Duncan of Whitingham. Casey of Montpelier. Casey of Hubbardton. Chapin of East Montpelier. Charlton of Chester. Christie of Hartford. Chena of Burlington. Coffin of Cavendish. Cole of Hartford. Conlon of Cornwall. Cooper of Pownell. Horkin of Bennington. Critchlow of Colchester. DeMar of Venusburg. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Dobrovich of Williamstown. Dodge of Essex. Dolan of Essex Junction. Dolgan of St. Johnsbury. Donahue of Northfield. Duke of Burlington. Durfee of Shaftesbury. East of Guildford. Emmas of Springfield. Feltus of Linden. Galfetti of Berrytown. Garifano of Essex. Goldman of Rockingham. Goodnow of Brattleboro. Ghostland of Northfield. Granting of Jericho. Greer of Bennington. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hengo of Berkshire. Harpo of Glover. Harvey of Castleton. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Holland of Rutland Town. Hoyt of Hartford. Hunter of Manchester. James of Manchester. Kosenska of Burke. Keyser of Rutland City. Kimball of Woodstock. Kleppner of Burlington. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow, South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. Lally of Shelburne. Malone of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. LaRush of Franklin. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. Leaders of Lincoln. Luna of St. Albans City. McGuire of Rutland City. Malay of Pittsburgh. Marcotte of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. McCann of Montpelier. McCoy of Pulteney. McFawn of Berrytown. McGill of Bridport. Mickless of Milton. Mahaly of Calais. Minier of South Burlington. Morganella Milton. Morgan Emma Milton. Morse of Springfield. Morrissey of Bennington. Morrow of Weston. Rowicki of Putney. Nelson of Derby. Nielsen of Brandon. Nigro of Bennington. North of Ferrisburg. Moyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie of Burlington. Oliver of Sheldon. Olson of Starksboro. Page of Newport City. Parsons of Newberry. Pezzo of Colchester. Pincinel of Dorset. Powter-Heinsberg. Powers of Waterford. Priestley of Bradford. Pritchard of Pollitt. Quimby of Linden. Rachelson of Burlington. Sekowitz of Randolph. Shai of Middlebury. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Southworth of Walden. Squirrel of Underhill. Steady of Milton. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Sweeney of Shelburne. Taglavia of Corinth. Taylor of Milton. Taylor of Mendon. Tomlinson of Winooski. Torrey Moortown. Walker of Swanton. Wazazak of Berry City. Waters Evans of Charlotte. Wells of Brownington. White of Waitsfield. White of Bethel. Winter of Ludlow. Wood of Waterbury. Yakavoni of Morristown. Bailey of Hyde Park. Boyden of Cambridge. Christie of Hartford. Conlon of Cornwall. Dodge of Essex. Logan of Burlington. Maslin of Thetford. McCann of Montpelier. Mickless of Milton. Nielsen of Brandon.
For purpose of explanation, member from West Windsor. Stand if you can.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm voting to support this bill in the hopes that my colleagues who also support it will one day recognize the parallel to universal design and choose to support that important concept too. Thank you.
Member from St. Johnsbury.
Buildings are complex energy, temperature, and moisture control systems. H 718 incentivizes builders to take advantage of training opportunities. I voted to support that effort.
Member from Cavendish.
Madam Speaker, Vermonters cannot afford one more barrier, one more added cost, or one more regulation standing in the way of putting a roof over their families' heads. We need houses, not one more set of regulations or another study. We need to do as the people asked us to do. Find ways to make Vermont more affordable. Not a single person asked me to create one more obstacle towards building housing.
And member from Essex Junction.
This bill does not increase the cost of housing. It focuses on increasing the usefulness of the contractor registry. The goal of the registry is to support contractors and help consumers make informed decisions.
Member from Barrytown.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
More studies for more regulations to make building more housing more expensive does not make sense. Let's enforce the regulations we have before we make more.
Members, please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 84. Those voting no, 57. The ayes have it, and you have amended the bill. Now, members, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Up next is House Bill 740, which is an act relating to the greenhouse gas inventory and registry. The bill was referred to the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure, which recommends that the bill be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Manchester, Representative James, will speak for that committee. And then carrying an appropriation, the bill was referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which recommends that the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Underhill, Representative Squirrel, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 740, an act relating to the greenhouse gas inventory and registry.
Member from Manchester.
Madam Speaker, H 740 is a short bill that accomplishes one thing. It gives the Agency of Natural Resources specific authority to engage in rulemaking for one specific purpose. ANR requested that the legislature take this step, and it's a top climate priority of the new 2025 Climate Action Plan. During this public rulemaking process, ANR will develop and adopt rules to create a new greenhouse gas reporting program. This new program is different from our existing high-level greenhouse gas inventory, and it gathers information that is not currently available to the public or to the agency. I'll walk you through the bill as it was approved by the House Energy and Digital Infrastructure Committee, and you can find the language on our committee page dated February 27th. Section 1 amends 10 VSA 582, the statute establishing the greenhouse gas inventory and registry. Specifically, it amends subsection E, rulemaking authority. It adds new language here, giving the Secretary of ANR the specific authority to create a comprehensive greenhouse gas emission reporting program that covers all sources of emissions, including fuel suppliers. Suppliers of transportation and heating fuels covered by the rules must comply. The rules shall include, at a minimum, the types and volume of fossil fuels sold by sector for the transportation, residential, commercial, and industrial sectors, and by zip code, municipality, or the smallest geographic level practicable. Section 2 is session law. It directs the Secretary of ANR to adopt final rules by July 1, 2027. Section 3 is also session law, addressing the funding requested by ANR to accomplish this work. It recommends $500,000 in additional base funding that would be used to draft the rules, develop a database, and to support ANR staff in ongoing efforts required to stand up the program and ensure compliance. And subsection B creates 2 new permanent positions in the Agency of Natural Resources to work on the reporting program. Our colleagues on House Appropriations have amended Section 3, and we'll be hearing about those changes in a minute. Section 4 is the effective date, which is on passage. Madam Speaker, I wanted to briefly explain why this bill matters. We often talk about climate action in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. It's true, we measure progress in this way. It's an important high-level metric, and it tells us how we're succeeding or falling behind in our effort to reduce the air pollution that's caused by burning fossil fuels. But real climate progress doesn't happen at the level of sky-high metrics. This is nitty-gritty grassroots work. We reduce carbon pollution by helping Vermonters reduce their reliance on fossil fuels. And that happens one person, one household at a time. We weatherize a drafty home. We install heat pumps to warm or cool our buildings. we drive an EV or a more efficient car that uses less gas. These one-by-one investments help the planet, and they help people save money on energy over the long run, offering durable savings. But there's an upfront cost to these investments. And this is where climate policy so often hits a brick wall. How do we help Vermonters use less fossil fuel and realize long-term energy savings by doing the work one household at a time? The answer is we need better data. H740 gives ANR the rulemaking authority it needs to gather this data. And with that data, we can build better, more targeted, and more people-responsive climate policy in the future. This bill bridges the gap between the high-level metrics we already have and the more granular data that we need. H740 covers all sources of emissions across all sectors, and two things are notable here. First, it includes the heating and transportation sectors. That's important because heating and transportation account for more than 70% of our air pollution and more than 70% of what Vermonters spend on energy. So these are key areas where we need to find cost-effective, cost-saving ways to help Vermonters use less of these fuels. Second, it collects data by zip or town, where we currently only see statewide aggregate totals. This geographic data would be helpful to state agencies, to policymakers in the legislature, and especially to our regional planning commissions, municipalities, and town energy committees. Madam Speaker, this bill doesn't advance sweeping policy. It does not change landmark laws. It doesn't require fuel suppliers to perform calculated complications. It simply asks them to provide sales volume data that they have readily available. This bill responds to the climate challenge and to the complexity of climate policy with a small, reasonable, and realistic next step. Let's get better numbers. Why? As we heard many times in testimony, you can't manage what you can't measure. And this is hardly a hasty step. If approved and funded this year, rulemaking will be done in 2027. Data collection starts in 2028, and we won't even see the first report until 2029. That's why this policy is one of the top recommendations of Vermont's newly adopted 2025 Climate Action Plan. And it's why it is called foundational to future climate policy and planning by the Secretary of ANR, the Director of our State Climate Action Office, and our State Treasurer. It's investing a little now to help Vermonters save a lot down the road. Madam Speaker, there are a lot of people in this room and in this body who have spent a lot of time and energy talking about climate policy. And I would propose today that H740 will give us the information we need to have more thoughtful conversations about this complex and sometimes controversial area in the future to try to work together to come to consensus. Madam Speaker, House Energy and Digital Infrastructure heard testimony from the Managing Director of the Vermont Fuel Dealers Association, Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel, Vermont Climate Counselor and Chair, Science and Data Subcommittee of the Climate Council, Climate and Energy Program Director at VPIRG, Executive Director of the Vermont Natural Resources Council, Energy and Climate Program Director, at the Vermont Natural Resources Council, Climate Action Office Program Manager at the Agency of Natural Resources, the Secretary of the Agency of Natural Resources, the Senior Energy Project Manager at the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission, the Vermont State Treasurer, Office of the State Treasurer, and the Senior Manager, Government Affairs and Corporate Communications at Suburban Propane. We voted out H 740 favorable with amendment on a vote of 6-3-0, and we request your support.
And now speaking for the Committee on Appropriations, member from Underhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your House Appropriations Committee reviewed H 740 with Legislative Council and Joint Fiscal Office. As a result of our discussion, House Appropriations offers 2 instances of amendment related to sections 2 and 3. The amendment can be found on page 1392 in today's calendar. The first instance of amendment strikes out section 2 in its entirety and inserts a new section 2. In the new section 2, rulemaking as contemplated in the bill is contingent on appropriation in fiscal year 2027. Creating a database for the reporting of data is also contingent on appropriation of funds. The second instance of amendment strikes out section 3, which is the appropriations and positions in its entirety. Your House Appropriations Committee was unable to support this appropriation, and it is not part of the FY27 budget passed out of our committee yesterday. The House Committee on Appropriations favorably recommends H 740 as amended by House Energy and Digital Infrastructure, and further amended by House Appropriations on a vote of 8-3-0. We ask for the body's support. Thank you.
Member from Manchester.
Madam Speaker, the House Energy and Digital Infrastructure Committee thanks our colleagues on appropriations for their work. We did review their amendment, and we approved it favorably on a straw poll of 6-3-0.
So the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure be amended as recommended by the Committee on Appropriations? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the report of the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure. Now the question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Rutland City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the presenter of the bill?
The member from Manchester is interrogated.
And Madam Speaker, may I read from a part of a letter from the State Treasurer?
You may.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, let's see. On February 18th, 2025, the Office of the Treasurer released a report to the General Assembly with recommendations for viable approaches to a cap and invest program with technical assistance with ANR. Though the report concluded that at this time there was no viable cap and invest programs available to Vermont, it notes that there may be a path to be a viable approach in the near future. The report poses recommendations for steps to support the careful design of a cap and invest program in the future. Member, Ms. Speaker, did the committee discuss the implementation of a cap and invest program when considering H 740?
Madam Speaker, we did not. As the member so aptly explained, our treasurer says at the moment there is no viable cap and invest for Vermont to join.
Thank you, member. And so what initiatives would this data be used for?
Madam Speaker, I think the point of the data and the point of gathering the data is to get the numbers in hand and see what might be a next best step.
Thank you, member. And I will go from here. I see this as into the that we have the propensity to hassle businesses. Does Vermont really want to go down this road again? I will not, and I will not support this bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the member from Manchester?
The member from Manchester is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, could we just get clarification if the rulemaking section and the appropriations positions were removed if there were no appropriations? And the member from Underhill said that the Committee on Appropriations did not recommend those. Could the member explain the value of the remainder of the bill, if any?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, our understanding from our discussion with the Appropriations Committee is that absent the funding, ANR would not be required to continue with the work, and they likely would not do so without the funding. However, I think it's very important that we pass this bill and get it across the finish line so that if funding becomes available in the next year, if the contingency happens, that ANR has the rulemaking authority it needs to go ahead. So I see these needing to progress on parallel paths.
I thank the member. It seems to me that passing this bill without any funding to actually execute it doesn't necessarily make much sense.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Randolph.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H740. Often, when we make policy, good data to help describe the problem we're trying to solve is impossible to obtain. That is not true in this case. We know how to collect this data, and if H740 becomes law, we will have important new insight into our consumption of fossil fuels, helping us to create climate policy that matches our needs.
Are you ready for the question? Member from St. Albans City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The pathway the Treasurer saw for Vermont to potentially implement Cap and Invest was joining a New York Cap and Invest program. However, it is clear to Governor Hochul that implementing a Cap and Invest program is far too expensive, with a projected cost of $4,000 per rural New York household to comply. Vermonters spoke loudly when they said no to clean heat, and the supermajority ignored them. Now, with the demise of the 2023 Unaffordable Heat Act, we see the majority trying to revive it and expand it to transportation fuels. This is not what Vermonters can afford or need, and it's a backdoor to the implementation of financial disaster.
Member from Dover.
Madam Speaker, H740 is a straightforward bill, and it does something really important. It gives the Agency of Natural Resources authority to collect better data on greenhouse gas emissions across Vermont, including from fuel suppliers, and to understand that data by sector and at a more detailed geographic level. If we are serious about addressing climate change and ensuring that all Vermonters have access to the energy transition, and not just Vermonters with means, then we need to be serious about understanding and measuring what is contributing to climate change and the progress of the energy transition. At the federal level, we are seeing the active dismantling of climate policy, more support for fossil fuels, and growing energy demand, all while seeing an increase in damage caused by our changing climate and weather. We are also seeing national efforts to change how emissions are regulated and who can be held accountable. That makes it even more important that Vermont has clear, reliable data so that we can make decisions based on reality and what is happening here, not assumptions on national trends. And while we have discussed in this chamber so many times that Vermont's emissions are small in a global context. This work allows us to keep pace with the energy transition and to understand the rate and impact of climate change here at home. Over the years, many of us have supported policies to reduce emissions, but too often we are working with incomplete or inconsistent information. This bill helps us in that regard. I will also say that it helps many of your constituents in this building, Madam Speaker, of our constituents. It helps our regional planning commissions who work one-on-one with Vermont's town energy committees. If you don't know your town energy committee, I encourage you to get to know them. They are really incredible volunteers working to help reduce, increase efficiency and comfort in your towns, for your town. The regional planning commissions are really, they don't have the data that they need. This bill will help give us much more precise data and help your town energy committees with better planning. This does not set new mandates on Vermonters. It does not pick winners or losers, and it ensures we have the data we need to make informed decisions going forward. So while the clean heat standard is not in effect, Madam Speaker, if we were to have data like this, it would have been helpful for us in better assessing that policy as we were working on it. This type of data will be helpful in assessing other climate policies, which I am very clear my constituents want me to be working on since the climate is changing and the energy transition is happening globally. So I will be voting for this, and I think this is a small, practical step to give us better information.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Cavendish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If this information is needed by the Treasurer's Office, they could add a line to the spreadsheet. But H740 is just this body's ability to lay the groundwork for Clean Heat Standard 2.0. We don't need this. And it's proven we can't afford it. We didn't even put it in the budget. I urge the body to vote no. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from sorry, no, I know you're not from Moortown.
Madam Speaker, I'll be voting for this bill, and I'll be voting for it with the many different hats I wear here in the legislature, a member of the Energy Committee, and as a local Town Energy Committee member, a local planner, a former Regional Planning Board member. This is the data we've always wanted. And my vote is going to all of those volunteers and all of those planners who have been asking the question, why can't we see what we're spending on these important sectors, heating our homes and driving our cars, and why can't we see it on a local level so we can do better planning and track our progress better? This is for all of the planners out there, and it's something we can do easily compared to the really hard things that face us with our changing climate. This is an easy thing for us to do, and the Climate Action Office, they're the ones to do it.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Weston.
Madam Speaker, Vermonters have paid almost $10 million more for gas since the start of our president's war. We are now paying about $4 million more per week than a month ago. We recall another ill-conceived war in Ukraine that spiked fuel prices a few short years ago. 80% of Vermonters' energy burden is in transportation and heating, mostly through burning fossil fuels. This makes Vermonters incredibly vulnerable to price spikes due to wars, pandemics, and natural disasters. The good news is there are alternatives and ways to help low-income Vermonters migrate to less volatile options. One of the problems we are facing is a lack of good, comprehensive data to understand the flows of fossil fuels in the state. That is why Governor Scott's Agency for Natural Resources asked the legislature to pass this bill. The bill simply directs ANR to develop a mechanism to gather data so future administrations can have the option to develop good public policy to buffer Vermonters from the whims of arrogance and ignorance. I stand in support of H740 because I do not see a future of stable fossil fuel prices. I believe we all share an affordability agenda. This would be a small step to fulfilling that agenda.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Milton.
Madam Speaker, H740 has but one purpose: to set the stage for a de facto carbon tax on home heating and transportation fuels. The Vermont Treasurer's Office concluded that such a program would be expensive, regressive, and especially harmful to rural Vermonters. The PUC came to the same conclusion. New York is coming to the same conclusion. Vermont voters made it clear in 2024 that they do not want and cannot afford these types of policies. And with no viable path to implement a clean heat standard or a cap and invest program, even if Vermonters did support the concept, H740 is just another example of us throwing good taxpayer money we do not have after bad. I'll be voting no, urge my colleagues to do the same, and when the vote is taken, I ask to be taken by roll.
The member from Milton requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by rolls. The member sustained. The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member from Colchester.
Yes, Madam Speaker, can I read an email that I received from the Sergeant at Arms office?
You may.
The Sergeant at Arms office received over 500 messages by phone. Callers expressed support for climate action. Below is a list of the people who called to urge you to vote no on any attempt to roll back climate change policies.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Heinsberg.
Madam Speaker, I support passing H740. In just the last couple of weeks, Vermonters are acutely feeling what the price volatility of fossil fuels and what it does to their family budget. Without accurate and indisputable data on Vermont's consumption of heating and transportation fuels, legislators will be unable to develop strong, affordable energy policies. We know and we have experienced that a lack of data allows lobbyists and activists from both sides to influence our decisions. This bill will produce the data necessary to move away from arguing about data to debating the best policies to help Vermonters who are looking for help to affordably heat their homes and drive to work. We must have indisputable and accurate data to inform our energy policy decisions.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Barrytown.
Madam Speaker, we have the data. It's readily available. And at this point, we all know that weatherization of homes is the low-hanging fruit, is the simplest path to reducing home heating fuel consumption. We know that using more efficient cars is a path to reduction. We know how to reduce our fossil fuel consumption. This bill is a path to a carbon tax. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I was curious that the member from Barrytown stood up and stole no thunder, but I wanted to share with you and the body what an enjoyable and interesting meeting I had with you last summer when you toured all of Vermont, made a great effort. It was much appreciated, visiting a lot of the rural communities and speaking to folks and leaders there. And in our conversation, it was probably 5 p.m, you had another stop to go to. One thing that and I encourage you, and you brought it up, and that was weatherization. Vermont has the oldest housing stock of any state in the union, and weatherization for rural folks and moderate and low income folks is probably the best energy saving, affordability, cost benefit. And I think we both agreed that that was a very high priority. To my experience this year, I haven't seen any bills. I've heard that, the feds stopped funding for moderate and low income folks for their solar arrays, but I haven't seen anything come before us on weatherization. I agree with the member from Barrytown. Weatherization is a huge financial saving and support for moderate and low-income Vermonters with aging housing stock. And the other thing I haven't heard much about is that 78% of Vermont's thermal and transportation greenhouse gas emissions are offset by Vermont's forests, 80% of which are owned by private Vermonters. And to achieve the maximum value of both storage and sequestration, active management achieves that goal. So I'm disappointed that we have not heard any of these things that actually help Vermonters survive. And I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Member for Manchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our committee did actually kick off the session by taking a significant amount of testimony on weatherization, which I agree, and I think we all agree is really foundational work. It's the kind of climate work that is so easy to understand and see. You make an investment in weatherizing a home, and instantly that home is warmer, it's more comfortable, and a family is saving money on their energy bills. So definitely no arguments there. I think the point we're trying to make today is that when you try to build statewide policies that really help the people who need it most, you start with a couple of goals. Like one, where can we find consensus? Where can we build sort of a foundation, a good foundation for our policy? And then where do we take it from there? And how do we target those policies to the folks who need it most? And so I guess I would just remind people about the very clear accomplishment of this bill, which is simply to gather better numbers that actually are not currently available at the level at which we need them. They're not granular enough. So that down the road, a future legislature could take a look at some good numbers and say, could we build a policy that really jumpstarts weatherization? Could we build a policy that helps folks, install heat pumps? Like, how do we do that? And I just want to remind people that conversations in this body over how to do that quickly get very complicated and quickly get very controversial. And so this is an attempt to just kind of step back and say, can we build a better road toward this in the future? And that is really all H740 accomplishes. I think it's really important. I would remind people that if the contingent funding becomes available this year, we still won't see good numbers until 2029. So that also gives this body plenty of time to think about what might be the next best step.
Are you ready for the question? If so, will the clerk please call the roll?
Arsenault of Williston.
2 minutes. Will the House please come to order? Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during a roll call. And when the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so that the clerk can accurately record your votes. The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Energy and Digital Infrastructure as amended? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Austin of Colchester. Bailey of Hyde Park. Bartholomew of Heartland. Bartley of Fairfax. Rebecca of Winooski. Byrong of Regents. Bishop of Colchester. Bullock of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Boston of Westminster. Bosch of Clarendon. Bootenberry City. Boyden of Cambridge. Brady of Williston. Brannigan of Georgia. Brigham of St. Albans Town. Brown of Richmond. Burdett of West Rutland. Burger Brattleboro. Yes. Burkhardt of South Burlington. Yes. Burrows of West Windsor. Yes. Berta Cabot. Cable of St. Johnsbury. Yes. Canfield of Fairhaven. Karis Duncan of Whitingham. Yes. Casey of Montpelier.
Yes.
Casey of Hubbardton. Chapin of East Montpelier. Charlton of Chester. Christie of Hartford. Chena of Burlington. Coffin of Cavendish. Cole of Hartford. Conlon of Cornwall. Cooper of Pownell. Corcoran of Bennington. Critchlow of Colchester. DeMar of Edisburg. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Dobrovich of Williamstown. Dodge of Essex. Dolan of Essex Junction. Dolgan of St. Johnsbury. Donahue of Northfield. Duke of Burlington. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Eastus of Guilford. Emmons of Springfield. Feltus of Linden. Kyle Fetty of Barrytown. Garifano of Essex. Coleman of Rockingham. Goodnow of Brattleboro. Ghostland of Northfield. Granting of Jericho. Greer of Bennington. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hengo of Berkshire. Harpo of Glover. Harvey of Castleton. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Holland of Rutland Town. Hoyt of Hartford. Hunter of Manchester. James of Manchester. Kosenska of Burke. Keyser of Rutland City. Kimball of Woodstock. Klepner of Burlington. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow, South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. Lally of Shelburne. Lalone of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. LaRush of Franklin. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. Leaders of Lincoln. Luno of St. Albans City. McGuire of Rutland City. Malay of Pittsford. Marquardt of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. McKenna of Montpelier. McCoy of Pulteney. McFawn of Berrytown. McGill of Bridport. Mickless of Milton. Mahaly of Calais. Minier of South Burlington. Morganella Milton. Morgan Emma Milton. Morris of Springfield. Morrissey of Bennington. Ora of Weston. Rowicki of Putney. Nelson of Derby. Nielsen of Brandon. Niagara of Bennington. North of Ferrisburg. Noyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie Burlington. Oliver of Sheldon. Olson of Starksboro. Page of Newport City. Parsons of Newberry. Pezzo of Colchester. Pincenot of Dorset. Pouch of Heinsberg. Powers of Waterford. Priestley of Bradford. Pritchard of Pollitt. Quimby of London. Rachelson of Burlington. Sakowitz of Randolph. Shia of Middlebury. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Southworth of Walden. Squirrel of Underhill. Steady of Milton. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Sweeney of Shelburne. Taglavia Corinth. Taylor of Milton. Taylor of Mendon. Tomlinson of Winooski. Torrey of Moortown. Walker of Swanton. Wassaisack of Berry City. Waters Evans of Charlotte. Wells of Brownington. White of Waitsfield. White of Bethel. Winter of Ludlow. Wood of Waterbury. Yakavoni of Morristown. Bailey of Hyde Park. Bartley of Fairfax. Christie of Hartford. Dodge of Essex. Duke of Burlington. Eastus of Guilford. Hooper of Randolph. Logan of Burlington. McCann of Montpelier. Mickless of Milton. Nielsen of Brandon. Parsons of Newberry.
For purpose of explanation, member from Pownell.
Madam Speaker, we are fortunate to live in an era of plentiful information and responsible analysis. It is unwise to remain ignorant of that plentiful information and devoid of that responsible analysis.
Member from Manchester.
Madam Speaker, it's a sad fact that we will answer to our children, our grandchildren, and to future generations for our failure to act decisively on climate. That reckoning will not happen someday. It is already happening today. Better data leads to better policy, and better policy helps Vermonters save money on energy now and down the road.
Member from Burlington.
Vermont represents something like 15 one-thousandths of 1% of global emissions. And while we do have a responsibility to the rest of humanity to reduce our 15 one-thousandths of 1%, we have a higher responsibility to protect Vermonters' health and Vermonters' pocketbooks. Every time a kid gets off a school bus, they get a lung full of diesel exhaust, and it's carbon monoxide, nitrous oxides, and carcinogens like benzene, formaldehyde, and arsenic. Every time our oil furnaces kick on, we are spreading carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and carcinogenic fine particulate matter to our families and to our neighbors. Gas is at $3.89 a gallon. That is not affordable. Heating oil, $5.41 a gallon, not affordable. Diesel, $5.71 a gallon, not affordable for Vermonters. This bill gives us the data so that we can effectively address these threats to Vermonters' health and their budgets.
Member from Putney.
Madam Speaker, my vote to support this bill is a vote for the future, for a cleaner future, for the legacy of leaving our children and grandchildren a cleaner future. And my yes vote is for a more affordable today. We see the roller coaster of the price of dinosaur fuels. While my experience is installing a heat pump saves me 40% off my heating bill, and driving an EV saves me 50% on transportation. I vote yes for an affordable today and a cleaner future, a real win-win.
Member from Milton.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
My no vote. I ran for this seat under affordability. I had to believe that the majority of my fellow Vermonters wouldn't want me to spend $500,000 of their hard-earned property taxpayer dollars for a report when most of them struggle to put food on their tables.
And member from Waterbury.
Madam Speaker, we are continually striving to make decisions based on good data. That's all this bill does, and it's why I vote yes.
Member from Barrytown.
Oops, there you go. Madam Speaker, this bill sets up...
Member, would you like to
Oh, I'm
explain?
sorry.
Would you like to
Madam
explain?
Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this bill sets the groundwork to assign blame and taxation on vulnerable Vermonters and have little to no impact on climate change, but many impacts on gentrification and the elitification of the state of Vermont.
Member from Bennington.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
H740 may be a data collection bill, but if these steps are used to implement a plan that will make me, a young Vermonter, and my neighbors of all ages and socioeconomic backgrounds pay more for heating fuel, I will gladly raise the point that this went against legislative intent because that is not affordability. Those of us that use heating fuel for our homes appreciate our suppliers, and we refuse to lose that choice, especially at an extraordinary economic cost.
Members, please listen to the member from Morristown.
Madam Speaker, may I explain my vote?
You may.
That dog won't hunt. That dog won't hunt. I'm fond of my former boss, the Secretary of Human Services, who would frequently invoke that. I was amused during the debate today because I thought that old dog, the clean heat standard, won't hunt. There are many who like to get folks angry, distract them, play fear, but that's not what we need for an answer. That dog won't hunt.
Members, please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 82. Those voting no, 56. The ayes have it, and you have amended the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Next up is House Bill 778, which is an act relating to dam safety. The bill was referred to the Committee on Environment, which recommends that the bill be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from East Montpelier, Representative Chapin, will speak for the committee. And then carrying an appropriation, the bill was referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which recommends that the bill ought to pass when amended as recommended by the Committee on Environment. The member from Underhill, Representative Squirrel, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 778, an act relating to dam safety.
Member from East Montpelier.
Madam Speaker, we have a large and aging set of dams across our state. Over 1,000 dams of various scales, purposes, and conditions, from small private dams to those that generate power to those that are state-owned and designed for flood control. We have taken important steps in recent years to improve our ability to regulate dams to protect the public safety of communities downstream, and this bill takes the next logical step in this direction. I will start with some context and background. Over 900 dams are state regulated primarily by the Dam Safety Program at the Department of Environmental Conservation. Another 21 dams that generate electricity are currently regulated by our Public Utility Commission. And the small remainder are regulated at the federal level, primarily by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission or Army Corps of Engineers. In 2018, we passed Act 161, which established a definition for dams and required the Department of Environmental Conservation to establish standards for the safety and regulation of dams, an inventory of dams, and a hazard classification system, and to undertake rulemaking related to standards for registration, design, maintenance, and inspections, as well as emergency action plans. The department has done significant work over the past 8 years to further develop our dam safety program and regulatory structure. In 2024, we passed Act 121, the Flood Safety Act, which further addressed dam safety after flooding of 2023 made clear there was more work to do. The act set up a process to transfer public safety jurisdiction of 21 electric generating dams regulated by the PUC to the Dam Safety Program, centralizing all dam safety state regulations in one office that is staffed with engineers, and added several positions to the program. It restructured the Dam Safety Revolving Loan Fund to support proactive repairs, not just emergency projects. And most important to this bill before you today, it established a study committee on dam emergency operations planning to recommend how to ensure municipalities plan for the hazards related to dam failure and how to shift responsibility for emergency planning from individual municipalities to regional authorities. The Dam Safety Program has developed a hazard classification system for dams based on the potential public safety impact if a dam was to fail. The classifications include high hazard dams, significant hazard dams, and low hazard. High hazard dams are those with a downstream population at risk, the probable loss of life, if a dam was to fail. A significant hazard dam is one in which there's a probable economic or environmental impacts like roads or bridges that would be damaged, but no probable loss of life. And a low hazard dam is not expected to cause significant impacts if the dam were to fail. This bill focuses on high hazard dams. We have at least 77 dams, high hazard dams in Vermont, meaning they have at least one person at risk downstream. 50 of these are state regulated by the Department of Environmental Conservation. 22 of those have between 100 to 999 persons at risk, and 11 have 1,000 or more persons at risk. High hazard does not mean there is a high risk of dam failure. It does not consider the condition or management of the dam. The failure of a high hazard dam is considered a low probability, but a high consequence event. The Dam Safety Program does do site visits and develop risk assessments to identify dams that are at risk of failure, provides guidance for improvements, and offers financing for repairs as part of their role to regulate and oversee dam safety. They are currently developing new rules to establish detailed technical standards for dams and enabling the state to require improvements and repairs. So, in 2025, the Summer Study Committee on Dam Emergency Operations Planning considered how the state could support municipalities to develop coordinated emergency operations plans for all municipalities below high hazard dams, as required by Act 121. You might ask, what is an emergency operations plan? In the world of dam safety, there are emergency action plans and emergency operations plans. Action plans are developed by the dam owner and include information about the dam and the areas that would be inundated downstream if the dam were to fail, or if there was an emergency release of water to avoid an imminent dam failure. Action plans are now required of dam owners and are shared with the municipalities downstream of the dam. Emergency operations plans, the subject of this bill, are plans and guidance for downstream municipalities that would be impacted by such a failure or emergency release, ensuring there are plans, guidance, and coordination for authorities and emergency responders. These plans naturally include how responders would notify and work to evacuate people at risk in inundation areas, but they are somewhat unique from existing emergency operations plans that municipalities and emergency responders may already have, in that a release or failure from a dam creates a large, fast-moving wave of water that can flood many roadways and municipal buildings or cut off typically utilized evacuation routes or shelters, and also that most or all downstream municipalities are simultaneously impacted, and thus a coordinated regional response is needed rather than a plan that is specific to just one municipality. The study committee identified a variety of challenges and several options to support municipalities to develop such plans and recommended starting with a pilot project to develop 2 sets of emergency operations plans for communities below 2 state-owned high-hazard dams. This bill would do that. It would require the Vermont Emergency Management Division of our Department of Public Safety to carry out this pilot project in collaboration with the Dam Safety Program at the Department of Environmental Conservation. The pilot project would undertake the development of emergency operations plans for all municipalities in the region below each of the 2 dams chosen for the pilot, coordinated at a regional level by the Vermont Emergency Management or a contractor such as a regional planning commission. The pilot project is expected to take 12 to 18 months to complete. The bill also clarifies that the governor and the state director of emergency management are authorized to order evacuations when there is a dam failure or imminent risk of a dam failure, because there was some difference of opinion about whether this is clear in statute. And it would also result in a report back to the legislature that would include recommendations about how to support communities below the rest of the state's high hazard dams to develop emergency operations plans by 2035. I will now walk through our strike all amendment, which starts on page 1392 of today's calendar. Section 1 amends 20 VSA Section 10 to clarify that the governor or the director of emergency management can order an evacuation of an area subject to inundation from a dam failure without municipal approval. The flooding can happen so swiftly in the event of a dam failure or emergency release and potentially affect such a large area downstream that this is an important option for public safety. Section 2, subsection A, requires the Division of Emergency Management to conduct the pilot project in coordination with the Department of Environmental Conservation, and the pilot project will consist of a set of emergency operations plans for each of the 2 dams included in the pilot project. And each set of emergency operations plans will include one plan for each municipality downstream of that dam. One dam would be a state-owned high-hazard dam with a population at risk over 1,000, which would have to be one of the 3 flood control dams along the Winooski River, and one state-owned high-hazard dam with a population at risk between 100 and 999. Subsection B requires that the division includes input from emergency management entities, municipal officials, emergency responders, regional planning commissions, state and regional search and rescue partners, and any electric generation operators, if there is one, located at the state-owned dams selected for the pilot project. It also enables the division to hire contractors, such as a regional planning commission, to complete the pilot project. Subsection C lists requirements for emergency operations plans, including that each plan identify evacuation routes and locations for shelter or reunification, engage entities that house vulnerable populations in the planning process, such as schools, shelters, and senior living communities, plan for how to coordinate mutual aid, and address the use of early warning systems and VT alert. Subsection D requires the division to report back to the relevant committees the results of the pilot project, including the plans, a summary of the process and the costs of the pilot project, information about early warning systems in such situations, and a scope of work for the division to develop planning templates and training for municipalities. Subsection E requires recommendations from the division on how these plans could be completed for all high-hazard dams in Vermont with a population at risk of 100 or more persons by 2035, whether this could include federally regulated dams and what it would cost, and recommendations on how plans should be completed for high-hazard dams with a population at risk of fewer than 100 persons. It also requires recommendations on funding resources for the creation of emergency operations plans by municipalities, education needed to raise awareness about the importance of these plans, how to use geotagging and the VT alert system for people occupying structures in inundation zones, and the practicing of emergency response under the plans. Section 3 provides $250,000 to the Division of Emergency Management and $125,000 to the Department of Environmental Conservation to conduct the pilot project. Section 4 enables the act to take effect upon passage. We heard testimony from the bill sponsor, legislative counsel, the dam safety program manager, and an administrator at the Department of Environmental Conservation's dam safety program, the director of Vermont Emergency Management at the Department of Public Safety, the emergency management director at the town of Plainfield, the executive director of the Montpelier Commission on Recovery and Resilience, the executive director and a planner at the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission, the chair of the Lake Champlain Basin Program Citizens Advisory Committee, the chief dam safety engineer at Green Mountain Power, and the chief of Rescue Incorporated. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that the possibility of a dam failure where lives are at risk is a very small probability, but it is also not unfathomable. And it is important that Vermont communities and local, regional, and state emergency responders are well prepared. Your Committee on Environment is grateful to the Division of Emergency Management and the Dam Safety Program for their willingness to undertake this important next step in ensuring we are prepared to protect public safety. Your Committee on Environment voted to pass this strike-all amendment on a vote of 11-0-0, and we request your support.
And now speaking for the Committee on Appropriations, member from Underhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your House Appropriations Committee reviewed H778 with Legislative Counsel and the Joint Fiscal Office. There are 2 general fund appropriations in Section 3, $250,000 to Vermont Emergency Management and $125,000 to the Department of Environmental Conservation for the Emergency Operations Plan pilot project required under Section 2. The House Committee on Appropriations favorably recommends H778 as amended by House Environment on a vote of 10-0-1. We ask for the body's support. Thank you.
So the question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Environment? Are you ready for the question? If so, All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Up next is House Bill 915, which is an act relating to establishing an extended producer responsibility program for beverage containers. The bill was introduced by the Committee on Environment. The member from Springfield, Representative Morris, will speak for the committee. And affecting the revenue of the state, the bill was referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, which recommends that the bill ought to pass. The member from South Burlington, Representative Burkhart, will speak for the committee. Then carrying an appropriation, the bill was referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which also recommends that the bill ought to pass. The member from Underhill, Representative Squirrel, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 915, an act relating to establishing an extended producer responsibility program for beverage containers.
Member from Springfield.
Madam Speaker, your House Environment and Energy, that's last year's. Madam Speaker, your House Environment Committee offers H 915, a strike-all amendment relating to establishing an extended producer responsibility program for beverage containers. Vermont's beverage container redemption deposit law, often referred to as the bottle bill, was enacted in April of 1972 and implemented on July 1st, 1973. The fundamental goals, nearly 53 years ago, were to reduce litter, divert used bottles and cans away from the waste disposal in our landfills, and more recently, it provides clean materials for new bottles and cans. 5 decades ago, a 5-cent deposit was placed on beverage containers in an effort to incentivize customers to redeem them for recycling. This amount has remained constant since the program's inception. Another advantage of the redemption is enabling sports teams, scout programs, and other organizations to fundraise in support of their programs. Currently, the beverage manufacturers are responsible for collecting the deposit containers from the redemption centers and stores. Redemption rates approach 72% of covered containers sold in Vermont. Customers pay the 5-cent when purchasing the covered beverages. The redemption centers pay the 5 cents back to the customer when the containers are returned. The manufacturers pay 5 cents per the container to the redemption centers. In addition, they pay a 3.5-cent handling fee for co-mingled containers and 4 cents for non-co-mingled. The handling fee is the profit for the redemption centers. The unredeemed 5-cent deposits, commonly called as sheets, are paid to the state of Vermont into our Clean Water Fund, along with allocations from room and meals tax and property transfer taxes. The container handling fee has remained constant for many years. Without a fee increase or adding other containers into the program, redemption centers struggle with revenues as a result of increased wages and operational costs. Madam Speaker, H 915 would establish a producer responsibility organization to modernize and expand the number of locations within the state for easier customer redemption. Further, for an interim period, the non-commingling fee will be increased by 1 penny from 4 cents to 5 cents until such time the PRO stands up their enhanced stewardship plan and it gets approved by A&R. Under the stewardship plan, handling fees or other payments will be negotiated between the PRO and the redemption centers. To compensate for this effort, the PRO will receive a portion of the sheets for 4 years in the form of A&R grants for expansion of new redemption centers or improvements to existing centers and stores. who redeem bottled deposits. The Department of Environmental Conservation has acknowledged this plan and recognizes the bottle redemption program and Clean Water Fund programs are both important to conservation efforts and supports the diversion of funds to establish the PRO. The creation of the PRO will reduce the number of container sorts at redemption centers and modernize redemption methods. There are several container redemption methods in use today, including bag drop-off, reversed vending machines, and others. H915, will shift the redemption program plan responsibility from A&R to PRO under A&R approval. I'll now walk through the changes in H915. The bill can be found on the Environment Committee webpage using the Bill Search tab. Sorry, gotta get away from my swivel chair here. Section 1 amends 10 VSA Chapter 53. It reaffirms that the definitions of what a distributor and what is a manufacturer, and they remain unchanged. Clarifies the deposit for non-liquor beverage containers by striking the current not less than language and states the deposit per container is 5 cents. Increases the per container handling fee that the PRO pays the retailer and redemption centers from the 4 cents to the 5 cents when containers are not commingled. Additionally, it provides that the handling fee shall not apply to beverages that are covered by an approved stewardship plan once it is implemented. It clarifies that a manufacturer or distributor shall not refuse to pick up containers from the retailer or refuse to pay the refund value. It also enables a retailer to refuse to redeem beverage containers if their building is less than 5,000 square feet. It also requires beverage containers sold to be clearly labeled and include a universal product code and barcode. It sets forth the Department of Liquor and Lottery requirements for redemption of liquor bottles and authorizes DLL to coordinate and compensate the PRO for collection of liquor bottles. Section 1 also provides that no manufacturer or distributor may sell or distribute a beverage container in the state without participating in an A&R approved PRO. Subsection 5031B, on or before January 1st, 2027, a manufacturer shall apply to the Secretary of State to form a PRO that will fulfill the requirements under this chapter. Secretary may approve the, excuse me, Madam, I gotta blow my nose.
The House will stand at ease for a moment.
Yeah, I'm back. So on or before January 1st, 2027, a manufacturer shall apply to the Secretary of State, Secretary of A&R, to form a PR that will fulfill the requirements under this chapter. Under 1531C, the Secretary may approve a PRO for a period not longer than 10 years. Yeah, thank you. Enables A&R to form a PRO if none exist or adopt its own stewardship plan. 1532 sets requirements of the stewardship plan, and this is important. For the collection of, convenience of collection, a plan shall ensure that customers have convenient redemption opportunities, take reasonable efforts to cite points of redemption equitably across all regions, at least 3 points of redemption per county, at least 1 redemption in a municipality with a population of 7,000 or more, and shall take reasonable efforts to cite points of collections in areas with high population densities. Those are communities that are under 7,000, but have significant density populations. Number two, the fair operation and compensation to redemption centers include describe how all locations that redeem beverage containers are fairly compensated. There shall not be barriers to participate in the collection program. Describe how to manage and sorting of containers at redemption centers is minimized. The plan shall describe how materials will be picked up and how to maximize the use of existing infrastructure. Collection location standards include provide expeditious redemption services, be at sites that are secure, sufficiently lighted, and provide for safety of the persons redeeming containers, provide education for consumers, requires consultation with stakeholders, requires a PRO to annually report the information back to A&R, and specified the timeline A&R has to approve the proposed plan and the PRO's implementation timeline. There's a third-party program audit of the PRO stewardship plan every 5 years. Requires a PRO to conduct an annual fiscal audit, analyzing expenditures and reporting back to the A&R. And then it sets goals for the minimum beverage container redemption rates. The first being 75% beginning July 1st, 2029, and 80% beginning on July 1st, 2032. Starting January 1st, 2029, A&R will report redemption rates annually to the legislature and shall make recommendations whether the deposit should increase. There is no automatic increase in this bill to the container deposit. It will remain 5 cents. A&R may adopt rules necessary for the administration of the redemption system. And then there's an antitrust provision that allows manufacturers to have conversations with each other to stand up the PRO stewardship plan. Section 3 amends 10 VSA, subsection 1388, authorizing the transfer of the escheats or unclaimed beverage deposits from the Clean Water Fund to the Solid Waste Management Assistance Account for 4 fiscal years. And this is allowing for grant to implement the PRO stewardship plan. In fiscal year 2030 and 31, that amount will be $1 million. In fiscal year 32 and 33, that reduces to $750,000. Section 5 requires manufacturers and distributors, subject to the bottle bill, to report recycling information to A&R in the same manner as recycled materials are reported by the material recovery facilities. It includes the number of containers in tons, material type, and what products the beverage containers were recycled into. I'm almost done. Section 6 repeals the requirement of 10 VSA, subsection 1529, that A&R certifies redemption centers because once the PRO is established and implementing a plan, the PRO will be responsible for approving redemption centers, not A&R. Section 7 are the effective dates. The act takes effect July 1st, 2026. Madam Speaker, almost done. H915 provides long overdue support of our local redemption centers and the stores taking bottle returns. It charges manufacturers and their PRO to make redemption more convenient. H915 does not increase the deposit amount, nor does it add in additional containers beyond what already exists. Further, its goal is to enhance the bottle redemption program, increase the percentage of containers returned, provide easier access for processing, sorting, and collecting containers. One more break, Madam Chair. Thanks, I didn't need a recess for that. So with the increasing the percentage containers returned, provide easier support and processing for sorting and collecting, our bottle redemption businesses and their employees, they would provide redemption opportunities in underserved areas of the state. We heard from the Executive Director, Vermont Public Interest Research Group, Waste Protection Advocate from the Lake Champlain Committee, Director of Waste Management and Prevention Division, Department of Environmental Conservation, the President of Container Recycling Institute, Principal of Breezeway Consulting, Beverage Association of Vermont, the owner of Beverage Baron, Executive Director, Vermont National Resources Council, owner, Putney Road Redemption Center, Government Affairs Manager, Tamara Collectible Solutions, Deputy Chief Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel, a lobbyist from MMR, Vice President, Government Relations for the Can Manufacturers Institute, and the owner of the Lindenville Redemption, Director of Legislative Affairs and Business Development from Clink. If you haven't heard of Clink, that's the bag collection that they have stores around New England, and the owner of the Vermont Redemption Incorporated. Madam Speaker, H 915 was voted out of committee on a 9-2-0 vote, and we ask the members for their support. Thank you.
And now speaking for the Committee on Ways and Means, member from South Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Committee on Ways and Means reviewed H915 because it may affect the revenues of the state. The Joint Fiscal Office prepared a fiscal note regarding H915 dated February 26th, which can be found on the Ways and Means Committee page or on the JFO website by searching for the bill number. I will walk you through the highlights of the fiscal note. As described by the member from Springfield, the bill requires manufacturers to create a producer responsibility organization, or PRO, by January 1, 2027, submit the first stewardship plan to ANR by April 1, 2028, and implement the first five-year plan in 2029. As a result, most of the fiscal impact of the bill begins in fiscal year 2030. The biggest part of the fiscal impact of the bill comes from transfers between the Clean Water Fund and the Waste Management Assistance Fund. From fiscal year 2030 to fiscal year 2033, up to $3.5 million could be transferred from the Clean Water Fund to the Waste Management Assistance Fund in the form of grants to support infrastructure improvements and equipment upgrades outlined in the PRO stewardship plan. The transfers would mean there would be less money available to fund clean water projects during those years. The Clean Water Fund receives approximately 12% of its budget, an estimated $3.8 million. The 12% is about $3.8 million for fiscal 2026 from unclaimed bottle deposits, which are also called as sheets. More readily accessible redemption centers could mean fewer sheets, potentially lowering revenue available to the Clean Water Fund. The potential reduction in a sheet revenue that could result from the bill is small and has not been modeled at this time. There are two different potential models for the PRO outlined in the fiscal note and in the bill. If the manufacturers create the PRO, ANR would receive compensation for overseeing the program. If the manufacturers do not create the PRO, ANR would receive compensation for overseeing the program plus a recycling market development assessment equal to 10% of total stewardship plan costs, which would be used to make grants to improve recycling. Stewardship plan costs would be submitted as part of ANR's budget each year. Finally, another small potential fiscal impact of the bill is that the Department of Liquor and Lottery could see some savings if the PRO can pick up liquor bottles from redemption centers more efficiently than the vendor the department currently pays to perform this task. No estimate has been made regarding these potential savings. We heard from a senior fiscal analyst from the Joint Fiscal Office. We heard from the Deputy Chief Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel. Your Committee on Ways and Means found the bill favorable on a vote of 9-1-1, and we recommend that the bill ought to pass. Thank you.
And now speaking for the Committee on Appropriations, member from Underhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your House Appropriations Committee reviewed H 915 with Legislative Counsel and the Joint Fiscal Office. There are no general fund appropriations in this bill. However, there are future transfers as noted by the member from House Ways and Means. The House Committee on Appropriations favorably recommends H 915 as amended by House Environment on a vote of 8-3-0. We ask for the body's support. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Next is House Bill 937, which is an act relating to miscellaneous judiciary procedures. The bill was introduced by the Committee on Judiciary. The member from Burlington, Representative Rachelson, will speak for the committee. And affecting the revenue of the state, the bill was referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, which recommends that the bill ought to pass. The member from Burlington, Representative Odie, will speak for that committee. And then carrying an appropriation, the bill was referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which also recommends that the bill ought to pass. The member from Underhill, Representative Squirrel, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 937, an act relating to miscellaneous judiciary procedures.
Member from Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H 937 is the annual judiciary miscellaneous bill. What members may not know is that each year it alternates which chamber initiates the miscellaneous judiciary bill. This year it's the House's turn. And as it does every year, the bill contains several minor or technical amendments related to judiciary procedures. The tradition in our committee is to involve as many committee members as possible. You'll all be happy to know that given the length of the bill, which is shorter than usual, not all of our committee members will be presenting it. So we will have about half of our committee help with this presentation. So let me start with Section 1. Section 1 was requested by the Center for Crime Victim Services, and it simply relocates one chapter of Vermont law from one place to another. Vermont's Profits from Crime subchapter permits the Attorney General and crime victims to bring a legal action to prevent a criminal offender from profiting on the offender's criminal conduct. For example, if a person convicted of murder intended to write a book about the homicide. Currently, the Profits from Crime subchapter is located in the Crime Victims chapter of Vermont law. However, since the program is administered by the Office of the Attorney General, Section 1 merely relocates the language to the Attorney General's chapter in Title III of the Vermont statutes. And both the Office of the Attorney General and the Center for Crime Victim Services have agreed to this change. Section 2 was requested by the Community Justice Director in the Attorney General's office and makes a minor change in the statute that prohibits minors from committing various alcohol offenses. It is generally a civil offense when a minor older than 12 or younger than 21 possesses or consumes alcohol, uses a false ID to purchase alcohol, possesses less than 1 ounce of cannabis, or operates a vehicle with any amount of alcohol in their system that is less than the DUI .08 limit. The minimum age of 12 applies because that is the minimum age for a minor to be charged with a juvenile offense. If the minor fails to complete the Youth Substance Abuse Awareness Program, then the minor is subject to a civil penalty and a driver's license suspension. However, due to what was likely an oversight, the driver's license is automatically reinstated after the suspension period for the driving offense, but not for the possession or consumption offenses. So Section 2 makes the penalties consistent by providing for automatic reinstatement for those offenses as well. Moving on to Section 3, this was requested by the judiciary and makes a technical change in the statute that prohibits minors from committing various tobacco offenses. These statutes parallel the alcohol statutes related to minors that were just discussed, but the tobacco provision lacks the language establishing a minimum age of 12 that is contained in the alcohol provision. As explained earlier, this age minimum is necessary for consistency with the minimum age for juvenile offenses, so it is added in Section 3. Section 4 was introduced as H572, and it repeals the statute that prohibits public internet access to criminal case records maintained by the court. Section 5 also requires the court to promulgate rules to establish the procedure for how this public internet access will operate in practice. Section 5 was originally introduced as H629 and amends the statute of limitations for actions to renew or revive a court judgment. Currently, such actions must be brought within 8 years after the original judgment and filed in the civil division. Under Section 5, the family division has exclusive jurisdiction if it has issued the original order. Section 5 also establishes specific procedures and timelines that would apply when renewing judgments for money or property in the family division. Section 6 is a technical change brought to Legislative Council's attention by a member of the Vermont Bar. Vermont trial courts are now called superior courts rather than district courts, which no longer exist. So Section 6 corrects this outdated language. Section 7 makes a technical change by repealing language that exists in two statutes. Identical language was enacted in a different statute in 2011 when the mortgage foreclosure chapter was reorganized. So it is no longer necessary in this statute, and Section 7 therefore repeals it. I will now yield to the member from Castleton.
The member from Burlington yields to the member from Castleton.
Thank you, member, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Sections 8 and 9 concern stalking, which is a criminal offense and can also be the basis of a civil order against stalking. Both sections came via bills introduced this year. In both cases, stalking requires proof of a course of conduct by the defendant. Course of conduct, quote, is defined as 2 or more acts over a period of time, however short, in which the defendant commits the prohibited conduct. The Judiciary Committee understands that in some cases, courts have required that the 2 or more acts occur on separate calendar days. Sections 8 and 9 make clear that the acts can occur on the same calendar day, both for criminal stalking cases in Section 8 and civil orders against stalking in Section 9. Section 10 is purely technical and was recommended by the Office of Legislative Counsel, which works each year with the publisher to reissue 4 titles of the Vermont statutes so that they remain updated. During the course of that work, a number of needed technical corrections were identified, including the one in Section 10, which corrects an inaccurate use of the term section. I now yield to the member from Pittsford.
The member from Castleton yields to the member from Pittsford.
Madam Speaker, Section 11 was requested by the Center for Crime Victim Services and involves the existing requirement that a crime victim be provided with certain information by the law enforcement agency investigating a crime. Section 11 adds that if the defendant is held at a correctional facility, then the victim must also be provided information concerning the victim's right to know where the defendant is held, if the defendant is released, how to locate the Department of Corrections Vermont Offender Locator website, and how to register for automated notifications when the defendant is released. This information is already in the form that the center provides to law enforcement agencies for distribution to crime victims, so the change in Section 11 is conforming the law to current practice. Section 12 concerns the change made in Section 1, which reenacted Vermont's Profits from Crime subchapter in the chapter of law that governs the Office of the Attorney General. Section 12 is the first of several instances where the existing law under which the program is located in the Crime Victims Chapter is repealed because it is being moved to the Attorney General Chapter. Section 13 was requested by the Victims' Compensation Board, which awards compensation to victims of crime, and by the Center for Crime Victim Services. The board consists of 5 members appointed by the governor, one of whom must be a physician licensed to practice in Vermont. The board and the center agree that this is too restrictive and that other licensed healthcare professionals should be permitted to serve on the board. Section 13 expands the language that licensed healthcare providers such as nurses and physician's assistants may be appointed to the board. Section 14 is another instance where a reference to profits from crime in the Crime Victims Chapter is repealed because it is being moved to the Attorney General Chapter. I now yield to the member from West Rutland.
The member from Pittsburgh yields to the member from West Rutland.
Thank you, member. Madam Speaker, before I start, I just want to say that Chuck Norris doesn't follow the law. Chuck Norris is the law. Section 15 and several other sections that I will mention shortly concern the $5,000 cap that exists on advances to crime victims from the Crime Victims Restitution Special Fund. The restitution unit collects court-ordered restitution from persons convicted of crimes and then deposits the money collected into the restitution special fund. Victims are then paid their restitution out of the fund. The fund is also able to make advance payments of restitution to crime victims, but those payments are capped so that the fund is able to remain solvent. Several years ago, the cap was lowered from $10,000 to $5,000, but that change in amount was not made in several corresponding statutes. Section 15 enacts that change in 3 different places. Section 16 and 17 are 2 more instances where references to profits from crime in the Crime Victims Chapter are repealed because they are being moved to the Attorney General Chapter. Section 18 is another instance where a conforming change is made from $10,000 to $5,000 for the cap on advances to crime victims from the Restitution Special Fund. I now yield to the member from Sheldon.
The member from West Rutland yields to the member from Sheldon.
Thank you, member from West Rutland. Madam Speaker, Section 19 was requested by the Community Justice Director in the Attorney General's office. This section relates to confidential records obtained during pretrial risk assessments and needs screenings, which currently must be retained for 3 years. The general state policy provides a minimum of 2 years for records retention. So Section 19 amends the statute to be consistent with that policy. Section 20 repeals all the Vermont state statutes related to a type of guardianship called a spendthrift guardianship. These guardianships were once used when a person could not manage the person's own affairs, specifically on account of excessive drinking, gambling, idleness, or debauchery. These statutes are archaic and no longer in use, so the Judiciary's Advisory Committee on the Rules of Probate Procedure asks that they be repealed. Section 21 is purely technical and adds a missing conjunction. Section 22 is a continuation of the Day is a Day initiative begun by the judiciary in 2017, which adopted a system where all calendar days are counted for computing court deadlines rather than just business days. The system also consistently uses multiples of 7 for purposes of court-related time periods, and the amendment in Section 22 continues this approach by changing the number of days within which the court must schedule a hearing in a contempt case from 15 days to 14 days. Section 23 was requested by the judiciary and repeals the requirement that a certified copy of a child custody determination be mailed to the court administrator. The statute is no longer necessary because these types of documents are filed directly into the court's electronic case management system rather than being mailed. I now yield to the member from Brattleboro.
The member from Sheldon yields to the member from Brattleboro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be covering sections 24 to 31, which is to the end of the bill. Sections 24 and 25 are purely technical and correct an inaccurate cross-reference that appears several times. Section 26 was requested by the Vermont Bar Association and involves the transfer of jointly owned property. This is done most commonly in two ways, either through a joint tenancy or through a tenancy in common. The primary difference between the two is what happens to the property when one of the owners dies. In joint tenancy, the property passes to the surviving owner, whereas in tenancy in the common, the property passes to the heirs of the owner who died. Section 26 responds to a recent Vermont Supreme Court decision holding that certain deed language should be interpreted to mean that the property is owned as tenants in common. The Bar Association, the Vermont Title Company, and the Vermont Bankers Association all agree that this language has instead always been read to establish a joint tenancy, so Section 26 is amended to make that interpretation clear. Section 27 provides that Section 26 will be applied retroactively to the interpretation of all deeds whenever they were created, unless they are already the subject of litigation. Section 28 repeals language in the lease assignment statute that requires such a deed to be sealed and witnessed. Deeds no longer require that kind of requirement, so the language is outdated. Section 29 relates to an old statute on the books that requires any person who finds property valued at $3 or more to post a notice describing the property in 2 public places. This has apparently been an issue for the Capitol Police when they find such items as a forgotten water bottle or other lost property. Section 29 amends the statute by only requiring that kind of posting if property is found that is valued at $50 or more. Section 30 is another example of Judiciary's Day is a Day initiative, changing a court time limit to 14 days because multiples of 7 are now the rule for purposes of court-related time periods. Finally, Madam Speaker, Section 31 provides that the bill takes effect on passage with one exception. Section 4, which requires the court to promulgate rules governing public internet access to criminal case records, has a delayed effective date in order to provide Judiciary with sufficient time to draft the rules. The current draft of the bill sets the effective date at July 1st of 2026, but it was intended to be July 1st of 2027. So you can expect an amendment will be offered making that correction. I now will yield back to the member from Burlington.
The member from Brattleboro yields to the member from Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We heard from the following witnesses: the State Underwriting Council and State Manager from First American Title Insurance Company, the President of the Vermont Bankers Association, the Community Justice Unit Director in the Attorney General's Office, our Legislative Counsel, the Director of Policy at the Vermont Network Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, the Co-Chair of the Real Estate Section of the Vermont Bar Association, the Legislative Policy and Records Attorney with the Department of State Attorneys and Sheriffs, the Executive Director of the Center for Crime Victim Services, the Vice President and State Manager of Vermont CATIC, and Chief Superior Judge with the Vermont Judiciary. These changes may seem minor, but nonetheless, each is important. The vote in our committee was 11-0-0, and we urge the body to support this bill.
Members, it's my understanding that the member from Ludlow will not be offering his amendment today, and that will be coming tomorrow. Now, the member from South Burlington, Representative Lalone, offers an amendment. My apologies. Moving too fast. Before hearing that amendment, we need to hear from the Committee on Ways and Means. Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, your Committee on Ways and Means focused on Section 2 of H 937 as it relates to the revenue of the state. Section 2 has automatic reinstatement language so that with automatic reinstatement of a suspended license for applicable individuals, no reinstatement fee is required to be paid to the Department of Motor Vehicles. At $96 of foregone revenue per reinstatement fee per license, total revenue loss might be $8,000 yearly based on 84 violations in 2025 that required a reinstatement fee that would be waived under this proposed section, in a total transportation budget of $320 million yearly. Please refer to the Joint Fiscal Office fiscal note at the House Ways and Means Committee documents on March 18th. This bill is estimated to have a de minimis fiscal impact. Your committee heard from Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel, Associate Fiscal Officer, Joint Fiscal Office, and voted 10-0-1, and respectfully requests that the bill pass.
And now speaking for the Committee on Appropriations, member from Underhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your House Appropriations Committee reviewed H 937 with Legislative Counsel and the Joint Fiscal Office. There are no appropriations in H 937. The House Committee on Appropriations favorably recommends H 937 as amended by House Judiciary on a vote of 11-0-0. We ask for the body's support. Thank you.
And now the member from South Burlington, Representative Lalone, offers an amendment to the bill that the first assistant clerk emailed to members at 10:21 today. This amendment is also posted on the House Overview webpage, and paper copies are available at the main table. Member from South Burlington.
Madam Speaker, this amendment makes the change referenced in the report of the member from Brattleboro, changing an effective date from July 1st, 2026 to July 1st of 2027 to give the court sufficient time for a rulemaking process. And I ask for the body's support.
Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, in a straw poll in our committee, the amendment was found favorable 10-0-1. Support.
So the question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the member from South Burlington? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Members, one moment. Members, that completes the orders of the day. Are there any announcements? Member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, I will make this quick. I am just reminding the body that tomorrow is Nonprofit Day, and there are over 70 people coming from around the state. I know that Common Good would love to have members drop in room 11 between 12 and 1 to meet with local nonprofits, and they told me that there are snacks and other candies and goodies.
Are there any further announcements? Member from Burlington.
Tomorrow, the Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility will be in the building, and in competition, you can go to both events, is in the pavilion in room 267. We'll be hosting, the Caucus for Vermont's Economy will be hosting a listening session with business owners, and there will be pizza.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none. Member from Poultney, can you please offer us a motion to adjourn until Wednesday, March 25th at 1 p.m.?
Madam Speaker, I make a motion this body stand at adjournment until Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 at 1 p.m.
You have heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and this body stands in adjournment until tomorrow at 10 a.m.